In the great Palia charity hunt, we're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together.
I gotta sing the theme song now.
Letting a difference, letting a helping hand. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around.
That name sounds like royalty. Are you royalty?
Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Journey unfolds, sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand, making a difference, letting in a difference, letting a helping hand. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause. steady hunt. We're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together.
Good evening, good afternoon, whatever time frame is for you. Welcome in, y'all. How we doing today? Hopefully y'all are doing wonderful. Hopefully y'all doing good. Hello. Hello, everyone. Our early morning day. Let's move on over to our updated screen here. Check out. We have got our here. Right. All right. Looks like Andy. Let's see what Andy is like when it's finishes at 3 a.m. I feel you, love. That was us on Monday. I get it. Trust me, I understand. Monday was crazy. I mean, this right now is going to be crazy for me normally, my normal stream. Have we heard anything from Misbehaving? Misbehaving is not live yet, but I see the other two. Yeah, that it was us on Monday. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Andy, thank you for participating and helping. I appreciate you, Andy. Spidey, welcome in. I see Isabel and Martinez. Isabel in the castle. I see Martinez. Becca. I see Lady Shelby Lou. Anna Peely, hello, our current high score ranker on our winner of our first round. How's Anna today? All right, we need to get a hold of Misbehaving. This might be a really interesting round if we don't have Misbehaving Maven. The stress the other day, it was crazy. Y'all had amazing time though. Yeah. It's gonna be crazy that day for sure for us. Coaster, what's up, Coaster? Coaster, what are you doing? Our we got two of our contestants live. Oh, well, so we only have three streamers today, so they're gonna be down here, and this is just gonna showcase tomorrow. Tomorrow. Hopefully, we get a Maven. Um, I have no idea. If I'm being honest, I have no idea. I am not good with time zones. Have you? I'm lurking. Run in. I am a little nervous. It is 8 a.m. my time. Yes, it is 8 a.m. right now. Um, just a wee bit nervous. I'm muted over here. Sorry, I was doing things. I just don't know what we're gonna do. I'm waiting to see if we can get a hold of Maven. She is not live yet. Let me let our other gals know here. Hello, lovely ladies. We are
Hello.
currently waiting to try to get a hold of Maven because they are not live yet.
Oh. Good morning, beautiful.
Good morning.
Oh, this is gonna be.
Yeah, I am not
There we go.
kind of
God.
unhappy about it. But while we're waiting to figure out where Maven is and what's going on there, I do have something quick to do. Like this right here.
It's your birthday. We gon' party
Thank you.
like it's your birthday.
If y'all didn't know, it is Butterfly Garden's birthday today. So just wanted to
Heck
give you a
yeah.
little happy birthday moment there.
Yeah, and my wonderful morning of panic because I thought I changed my alarm time and I didn't.
Oh no.
So I'm glad I woke up when I did. It was 15 minutes later than I wanted to, and I also had to do a computer restart to pray to God it fixed my sound alerts in my stream because the last stream I did, every sound alert except for my custom sound alerts that some of my viewers have was going through my computer speakers and not my headset.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Great, we're all having tech issues today. I can't get my camera to pair with my VTube Studio.
I was
Ooh.
wondering why your VTube was sideways. I thought maybe you were just wanting to, accent the boobies a little bit from the side playing.
Nah, it's just I had to use my Fuji because I can't get my camera. Like, it's not showing that my camera is a device in the freaking program. I tried unplugging it, replugging it in, like repairing it. Like, I can't. I don't know. I was using it 2 weeks ago.
Do you have your camera set up for somewhere else?
No,
Okay.
I don't use it for. I use an iPhone for my camera, and I don't use it for anything else.
Gotcha.
I'm lost.
I don't know what we're gonna do. This is gonna be a very interesting match if it's just the two of you all, and I apologize.
Things happen, honey. Do not stress about it. You did everything you could to try and fill slots.
Well, and what
It,
sucks even worse is like this day was selected because it was the only day Misbehaving had signed
oh.
up
Aw.
for. So I could have put you guys on different days because both of y'all had different day options. If I remember right.
Yeah, but I was actually excited to
I know it's
have
on your birthday. I
today.
know.
I purposely had selected that as one of my available days so that I could do something big for my birthday because I normally do. And I'd rather it go for something awesome like charity than just a subathon. So,
No, Shelby, because then it's like I don't having somebody do a second round doesn't really. I don't know. I don't know how that affects anything, right? Because I don't know. The hard part about dealing with these events and having so many streamers to work with
Excuse you, madam. Why are you climbing on me like that?
because I want to.
My cat doesn't sit in my lap, but when she's lonely, she'll come up here and just paw at me for a second and then walk away.
Oh, let me see. Let me
Come
let
back
me
here,
check with the other
Fluff.
admins and see what they think, Shelby.
I personally, as a participant, wouldn't care.
I'm just chilling, trying to get my. I don't know how to get my camera to work, and it's starting to like irritate me a little bit.
No, you are fine, right? Like you are right now. So don't let it irritate you.
Yeah, don't be a me and let everything from the minute you wake up stress you. Because I was like, please let things fix. Can somebody in my stream play? It is. Amanda and Feisty did awesome
Yes. The
on this
plot. I'm
plot.
very, 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 very happy with the outcome of that plot.
Yeah. But can somebody in my chat play a sound alert so I can see if it fixed my... And not your custom sounds, like one that you have to use your channel points for, please. So I can see if my sound alert audio is fixed.
You're right. I made the cutest Bouvar yesterday, so I'm happy with it. He's got honey fur, swirl, and he's sparkly, so I'm okay with this.
Yay! Computer restart fixed them! Hallelujah! Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Lucky
So
for me, I need
this
Amber.
event was originally had 4 streamers. Then we had a streamer cancel, and then now we have a streamer who is MIA.
No, Baby Shark should be there.
And
Fluff.
all right, ChelbyLou, if you want to jump in and compete, go right ahead. I'll get this set up for you.
I don't
I will
want your poop.
just say, I don't know. Just jump in. We'll have 3 people. It'll be fine. Hi, Luna.
It was
What's
gonna
up?
be 3 anyway. Er,
I told you it was there. I knew I didn't take anything away.
Go buy some food from Ref because I was not prepared with my camera breaking.
No, I may not have enough either, so maybe I should go do that. Um, and
I
there's
usually cook food in the
things.
half an hour I'm getting ready, and it just nope. I'm
All
gonna
I have
try.
is whatever food I got from my horsies last night before I got off.
Yeah, that's what I literally just did too. I'm gonna try taking my camera off of my list for my computer and re-putting it in there.
I guess we're gonna go ahead and have ChelbyLou jump in just so we can have 3 competitors.
Not a problem.
Sounds good.
While we're
Camera.
waiting for Shelby to set up and everything, um, let's go ahead and we'll go over and you can give a little shout out of who you are, what you stream, and all that jazz. Um, and then we'll hopefully by the time that all stuff done, Shelby will be ready to go, and we'll get ourselves kind of going. So starting off with Angel.
Oh, you're making me do a speech? Oh man. I'm Angel. I'm a variety streamer, and I play a lot of Palia with you guys. And my recent fixation is survival crafting games, especially Once Human. Playing a lot of that. And I'm excited to be here.
All right, Butterfly.
I am a Butterfly. I used to be more of a variety streamer, but the past few months it has been mainly Palia, which I do not regret. Um, I started streaming during COVID actually, and I have a team of mods that can go crazy at times, but uh, I am an LGBTQIA safe community. I pride myself in that, and I'm very nervous right now.
Don't be nervous. I'm the one sitting here, should be nervous trying to figure out how to get something to work with. We're short people.
Yeah, but I told you don't stress it. We will get through it. Look at how much stuff you guys get through on a daily in your own personal stream, Amanda. You've got this.
Lindsay, you want to go ahead and change Maven's name in the sheets, I guess, ChelbyLou, and we'll just go with that. I mean, I don't know what else to do. I added her in the Discord. I sent her a private message in Discord. I only have Discord access to her, so. Oh.
You've got this, Amanda.
Where the heck did the thing go? I just had it. Ah.
I was
What the
telling
fuck?
Kathy the other day, I give Amanda and all of the mods that work in the background on these events a lot of credit because you don't just do this 1 month a year. This is done monthly.
Yeah. The plus side is though, this is the only month that we do so many rounds.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
So this is the big one. This is the grand puma of the event.
The fluff. Why do you hate me, computer?
Well, that's all the food I can buy from rats. If I run out of. Thank you, Aria. Oh, for anybody, this giveaway that I am about to start in my chat, any Palia players through these stream chats, you are welcome to come in and join this. This one is being sponsored by one of my VIPs. This is a mystery outfit giveaway being sponsored by one of my VIPs. Every Palia player through all streams that are live right now are welcome to come join it.
Smack my toe.
While we're waiting, Lindsay, are you good to do the rock? I don't know where Amelia is this morning either. She might have fell back to sleep. Are you good to do the rocks for the chat if I unlock it?
What, little baby? Can I help you, madam? Like, what is up with you right now? Go see daddy. Oh, I'm gonna throw it across the room in a second.
No throwing things. We've got this.
Tried plugging it into a different hole. You know, it's not working.
All right, Pentagon, no problem, honey. You take care of your doggos. Thank goodness I don't have my mods from the Central and West Coast in here yet, so I don't have to ground them, because I told them that they showed up this early, I was yelling at them. Unless they are here and just haven't said anything. Nope. Good.
All right, we're gonna unlock the rocks over my end, so chat can mine their rocks to get their chat points, which we didn't. We didn't move over the chat points. We failed at that. All right. Hello, Olive. How are you doing, love? Welcome in. Sorry, we're trying to figure things out. We had a streamer is MIA. So we're working on another streamer popping in to help, so we can at least have 3 streamers to go in this competition. But how are you doing, Olive? Are you excited for your round? A star citrine and 2-star jaspers. Looks like ChelbyLou is live and in here. Hello, love. Thank you. I appreciate you.
No problem. I figured I was sitting here. It gives you another person. I was going to sit here the whole day anyway, so I can at least help. Let me do.
Chat is not a good start. But we'll be adding chat points. It's going to be a combination of all the rounds. So we're going to be working on getting last round's chat points into the chat, into the sheets. So you'll see those go up quite a bit here in a few. Okay, if y'all want to, heading to the thing. Okay, so don't forget again, a few things. The horses are behind a pay grid. You're not able to use the horse unless you get it donated. Um, no server hopping between your friends. If you want to server hop, you got to leave the area and then come back. Kind of the only way you can be able to do that. Don't forget about the rainbow set bonus. If you get one, if you physically mined one of every stone, that is going to be a bonus of 20 points. Also, we've done something new this round. If you get a gay plushie, so whether that be the rainbow kitsune, the rainbow frog, or a rainbow fish, it is a 30-point bonus. You only get one of those, so it's not like you get a rainbow kitsune that's 30, you get a gay fish, it's another 30. You get 30 points. You get one of those three, and you only get it once, and everybody has an opportunity to get it. Don't forget about that. Do y'all have any questions, concerns, or comments before we get started?
No.
Right.
No, you're all good.
Don't forget, we got to work on getting Kenyatta twerking. That's how we raise money here for It Gets Better. And then if you all want to go ahead and head to the gazebo, to the tour board, pop it open. When I see everybody has the stable board open on their screen, we will get ourselves started here. And everybody's boards are open. So you all may begin. Enjoy. All right, y'all.
Don't mind me, chat. I'm doing something real quick. Ah, shit. I'm not ready for this at all. Where's the forget button? Forget.
We'll see how this round goes. Sorry, y'all, that we started a little late.
Trying
Sorry,
to
it's a little
resync my internet on
discombobulated.
my phone. Maybe that's what it is.
But there's nothing else we can do about it. When we
Are you kidding
have
me?
a streamer go MIA, and we gotta figure things out. So
It's pissing me off a
we
little bit.
got shout out for ChelbyLou
break to
popping
try
in
it
here
again.
to at least give us 3 streamers to
I didn't even want
mess
to come to
with
kill
and
him
compete
first,
with.
but
So I
already picked
appreciate it.
I gotta close this. Alright. I'm aware my Fuji is not lighting up. It's because I have to mute it in Discord, so it's not going to unless I'm unmuted. Just a heads up for everybody.
Is this
I'll show you
girlfriend doing?
guys through and through what this looks like in Discord later. I will take pictures and post them. But
Yeah, I'm trying to stand down here.
this is Blue's custom oracle deck that he made himself. Got its own little case, and here's the deck. And he's working on making a booster pack for it. But yes, I am very happy. I love you, Blue, and I'd show it off more. But I have to get started mining for charity. Like I said, I will post pictures later in my Discord and Blue's Discord so that they can see I opened it. Thank you,
Alright.
love.
So we're off now, y'all. Let's see if we can get some donations in, because that's the whole point of the
I just
competition.
find it very funny. My husband didn't even trust me enough to,
Let's go check in on ChelbyLou here, who jumped into the competition last minute. So we had somebody here. Alright, y'all. Don't forget, this is a charity event, so we are looking for those donations. So get those sabotages, get those incentives in. Let's get our work going and see what we can do today, y'all. Alright, we're working through everything, y'all. We're gonna make this round work. Gotta, I guess, do what we can do. All we can do, right? Some people should be getting their badge today for the watch hours. Again, if you all watch 8 hours of my stream during this month, you're gonna get the Great Palia Charity Hunt badge created by Lady Violence. And then if you gift 2 subs sometime this month, you'll get the special Pride sub badge, which is a crown, the crown that you see in the channel point. Alright, so it looks like right now, Angel is in the lead with 20 points. That is coming from being first in silver. ChelbyLou is second in silver, and that's why Shelby's got the 13, or the 15. We've got no Starstones so far. All 3 of them are in Kilma right now, which is intriguing. So, check in over
You little
here
baby
on
butthead today, huh?
Angel.
Is it because it's early and you don't know what to do with yourself?
I need to
It's because everybody's up
change
really early
things,
and you're
don't
not
I?
used to this. You're used to coming in there and climbing on me like I'm a jungle gym. My cat won't lay with me, but she'll come in there while I'm laying on my side or something and just walk all over me and just stand there looking out the window instead of anything else.
Commands.
But yet I can't pick her up and hold her.
Charity
butthead.
commands.
Excuse me, madam. What are you doing? Behave.
Streamers. Oh. We got our first dono, which I forgot is over here.
Yeah, get them donos in, because I can't do it. Jasper, alright, first stone. Heck yeah.
As soon as I get
This is
this
what we like to
situated,
see,
I
chat.
will look at those. Here we go.
I just realized I still have my pet on, but I don't plan on using it, so I'll get rid of it in a second. I'm sorry, Boovar, you're adorable, but I can't have you out.
you guys for the donations and the twerking
Where
Kenyatta.
are all the rocks at, man? It's too early for people to be mining all these rocks.
This. Here we go. Let's see.
Fun fact for everybody in chat, the Fuji Reactive, I drew that. That was kind of before
All right,
I had a
everyone.
finalized,
Everyone just
design
got
for
gifted
her,
a
my
piece of
vintage model.
silver. All right, everyone.
If that's what they used as a reference.
Piece of
Yay!
silver. We also got a random chaos. So let's get our random chaos wheel up
Yay!
here. And see what it does.
I sent that to the people that
just so you're aware,
did my
streamer 1
official
is
model,
Angel,
and they
streamer
used that
2
as
is
part of the
ChelbyLou, streamer
references.
3 is Butterfly Gaming. If it is 4 or 5, then they will re-roll. Okay, 4 is not in the game, so we will
Could use my
re-roll.
model as a Fuji Reactive, but I didn't have time to set all that up, so this is the one I had already ready.
Try it again. Oh my god. Pick on streamer 4 day when we don't have a streamer 4. Okay.
Man, stones
All
are
right,
lacking.
y'all.
Might have to
Our
go to a
first
different
random
saver to get some
chaos.
stones. Sheesh.
Somebody got theirs money worth.
Lucky one.
Angel, you just got gifted a ruby from the random chaos.
Ain't no way. It's making up for all my technical issues.
Yay!
Ain't no way.
Congrats.
It's making up for all my
GG's.
technical issues.
Yay! Congrats.
GG's.
Yeah, see?
Also,
Sometimes
right now, y'all, because
not working
this
is
is
a good
all
thing.
combined from all of our rounds. Right now, we are $80 away from hitting 3 grand. So let's see if we can get that $80 in, y'all. We got 50 more minutes in the hour. 50 more minutes.
Yes, let's go, everyone.
50 more minutes in the hour. 50 more minutes.
Yes, let's go, everyone.
You can do it, Chad. I believe in you.
Hey! Emmy, what's up, love? Welcome in. Are you excited for your round coming up later?
I wanted
Coming
to
up
sign up for more
later
modding
this month.
rounds, but my work schedule doesn't really allow it, and I can't exactly take all the days off. I usually take a day off for participate whenever there's one monthly to help out. Or I leave work early on Saturdays, but I can't do that for all of them. I like to be helpful.
Let's go check in on
Yo, where are
our
the stones
birthday
at,
girl
man?
over
This
here.
is-
See how she's doing here.
Don't mind me and my massive anxiety nerves right now because things. You are very welcome, love. Jordy is a variety streamer. She does. Actually, I don't know if she's on a hiatus, like feisty, but I know there was some Sea of Thieves in there for a while.
Right, so a little bit of random chaos already in here, y'all. We've already got some silver given out to everyone. Some more donations going if we can.
Good morning, Hipsu, who also has a birthday this month.
Good morning, Fluffy Dragon. How are you doing, love? Welcome in.
Just freaking clay. Yes, you should. Oh, so close to a 69% purity tactical. I know this doesn't give me anything but clay, but... Oh, Jordy, do exclamation mark mystery in chat. I have a mystery alpha giveaway going, sponsored by one of my VIPs. Where the hell are all the stones? Yep. This one is sponsored by her, and then
Drinking your coffee, trying to wake up.
she offered to sponsor that when I
drinking
didn't
water.
know if I was gonna have enough
Drinking water.
Palia coins to be able to do one myself.
All right,
And
let's
then
check
I wound
in
up
on
being able to get
ChelbyLou here.
the small supporter pack for the Highlands. So I asked her.
You're right, I'm really
I said,
easy to
could I
mod
just
for.
use yours as a
Oh yeah. Wait a minute. What?
So you should be able to get
offer?
some stuff done.
Oh yeah. Sorry, my buttons are all off because they're not my right number or no more number. Does anyone know how long a ticket takes from Twitch? What do you mean? I'm not sure. They might be a little busy because they just got back from TwitchCon.
There's the pile. We need it later. Sorry for yawning. I haven't slept yet really that much, y'all.
Alright. Let's get another random chaos going. Again, streamer 1 is
this is
Angel,
Chop
streamer
Chase.
2 is ChelbyLou,
Chop
streamer
Chase.
3 is Butterfly. If it's 4 or 5, we'll re-spin. Streamer 3.
Is this the most efficient way to run that? No.
Which is Butterfly.
Do I care right now?
Alright,
No.
y'all, we got some more random chaos. And random chaos is in a very giving mood so far. Butterfly, happy birthday to you. You get a piece of platinum.
Yay!
That puts us at $29.50. We are $50 away from hitting 3K. $50 away from hitting 3K, y'all. We got this. Let's get a few more twerking pinatas going in. We've got 43 minutes left in the first hour.
Ooh, Chappus. My way. I don't know what I tripped on there, but it didn't look like anything.
that you'll never find another like me.
I think I have, if somebody wants to do exclamation mark charity rank, RANK. I think I have that set up. It'll show us our current scores. Hello from my PC. Not had to work, but wanted to leave you up for alert. Thank you so much, Luna. Have a great day at work. Thank you for the alert. There it is. Also, don't forget, y'all, the top 5 streamers of the month with the highest score does move on to win to compete in the championship round. And that championship round, right now, the top score to beat is 258 points. Does ChelbyLou have the Discord in her, playing in her screen? I don't think her chat can hear me, because I did not hear myself in echo.
Because I work in a movie theater, and I have to be available during peak hours, so from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. is when it gets pretty busy. So I end up taking the day off to do my hunts usually. Excuse me. Or I just do like an early day till 3 o'clock and then set the rest of my week with a couple extra hours. Fortunately, I don't get weekends off any of the days. Yeah, lack of sleep's not fun for anyone, and getting migraines on top of it would just be an added no-no.
That's for sure. Alright, so Angel is currently in the lead with 40 points. Butterfly Garden Gaming is at 31. That platinum gave her 20 points, so that helped there. And ChelbyLou is at 26 points.
Someone is actively sabotaging me. In-game. Yep, that's pretty much what I'm stuck with, too. See, somebody is sabotaging me. Get out of here, here's my rocks. What's up, Spartan? How are we doing today? We're doing a Palia charity hunt today. For It Gets Better. Exclamation event for the info. If you would like to donate.
Donate!
And help out a good cause.
Alright, y'all, we got 40 minutes left in the hour. Can we get that $50? Can we get to 3K before the end of this hour? Let's do it, y'all. We can do this. Get a little bit of donations in there. Again, if you don't know what you want to donate, you can always do a random chaos. Random chaos is always fun to do.
6 pieces.
Otherwise, ask your streamers what they need. Maybe they want an ore compass. Maybe they want their horse. Because remember, that horse is behind that pay wheel.
I want an ore compass. I think the horse is only beneficial for Highlands. Because the ore is so scattered in the Highlands. Like, it's not like, if you do a circle in the Highlands, it's not just like, you can go in the circle like Killama. There's certain...
F is for friends who do stuff together. U is for you and me.
Alright, WTF, mate. Where all the ore at? I seriously think somebody's mining. Tell him! Tell him I've been meowing at mommy and bapping at her this whole time.
Jen, are you able to do the chat rock
coming
point
over here looking
a
for
little
pets.
bit this morning?
She always wants stuff. She's a fatty. She's like, y'all are awake. Where's my treats?
Give me my treats and my food. Alright, let's check in on ChelbyLou here.
If any of my...
Ba, Need access to the sheet? Okay. Okay, did you, click on the link and just wasn't given access yet? Okay. And Lindsay can work on that for you. Just sent. Should be good to go.
Whatever. I rounded it up. Leave me alone.
Thought they should
I'm
add a
already
mini
in
event
panic
from men's
mode
mental health month.
today, okay?
We
I thought
do
I
charity
changed my
events
alarm time
all
to 7
throughout the
a.m. and I never
whole
changed it,
year.
so good thing I woke
And
up
actually
quarter
last
after 7
month
on my
we
own.
did a charity event
Also,
for
there's a Mystery
veterans.
outfit giveaway. This one's sponsored by
For
Panther
mental
Girl.
health.
So
Pretty
make sure
much
you
it actually
enter.
helps with their PTSD. This charity does a lot of work training dogs and horses to help veterans with their PTSD and their mental health. So we do events all
Seriously,
throughout the whole
where
year.
are all the
This month though, we always do
daggone
It Gets Better to celebrate our Pride Month.
You do not have to be a
You meant
follower of my
Palia?
channel to enter
I
this
mean,
giveaway.
yeah,
Just
I
so
get
you
that.
know. This is for anybody
So
who is in here lurking that plays Palia.
I don't know. I mean, they don't
You
do a
just have to
lot
have room
of
on your friends list to be able
charitable
to add
work and
my
stuff like
VIP,
that.
who
So,
is sponsoring this giveaway.
but they've done some good, some stuff here and there at times. But welcome in, welcome in.
We also have already for our. Alright, I know this isn't part of it, but I need Sweet Leaf.
The distraction of Sweet Leaf, it'll get you every time.
We also unlocked the first giveaways.
The distraction of Sweet Leaf, it'll get you every time.
Yes, it will.
Perfect, Jen. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Yes,
Don't
it
feel
will.
bad. I have 0 green onions right now.
I very much
Don't
love
feel
it.
bad. I have 0 green
When we
onions right now.
started this update, I had no green onions and no
When we started this update, I had
ginger
no green
because the
onions
thing
and
before
no
or the first
ginger
night of
because
the charity event when I was event modding before I had to tap out. I was doing storage management
Darn it.
because I had no room.
Did you get Luna's in there, Lindsay, before Jen took over?
All of my green onions and all of my ginger. So yeah, that's fun.
Perfect.
Right, where's the thing?
Thank you all. I appreciate all of you
2
all.
of the few things that you can't buy at Zeki's.
Yeah, I know because I looked. I was like, son of a bitch.
Ba, 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 ma. Tactical Sponge. If you can see me in my chat, please, I would greatly appreciate that. Just a reminder always, also, please use the comment section of your donation and put the charity or put the streamer that you want that sabotage or incentive to go to. It's going to be beneficial for us so we know who gets what. But tactical Sponge, if you can see me in my chat, please, that would be greatly appreciated. But tactical Sponge, if you can see me in my chat, please, that would be greatly appreciated. Butterfly Garden Gaming, you just got gifted an ore compass. Butterfly Garden Gaming, you just got gifted an ore compass.
That is one of my mods. I love them
That
very
is
much
one of
right
my-
now. That is one of my. Oops.
Well, that one did not come from
That
one
is
of your
my
mods.
I love them very much right now.
Well, that one did not come from one of your mods.
Oh.
But is technical, I guess, on your end?
Oh, hang on.
But is technical, I guess, on your end?
Yes.
Hang on, tactical.
That is one of my mods. They should be there in a moment. I just had to do a shout out so they can get over there. Yes. That is one of my mods. They should be there in a moment. I just had to do a shout out so they can get over there.
But I had to switch. Excuse me, sir. These are my rocks. You need to go
Alright,
away.
I have activated
These
my
are my
ore
rocks.
compass.
Get away from my rocks. I need these.
Alright, I have activated my ore compass.
Somebody's stealing my rocks over here, and I don't like it. Here, come cut down a flow tree. Leave my rocks alone. They're mine.
Alright, thank you. Alright, Butterfly, that means you have 2
Heck
ore compasses
yeah,
you can use.
chill
And don't
into
forget,
an angel
just let me know when
stream.
you get started. I see that you started the first one. Just let me know when it ends, and then let me know if you're going to start the
Technically
second one,
messed up
okay?
angel stream, but we're good. We're
Yes,
chilling.
ma'am.
Let me know when it ends, and then let me know if you're going to start the second one, okay?
It's
Also,
okay,
that
I
means
got
we are
distracted by Tinksy, and I think I
$10
missed it
away
too.
from 3,000. When we hit that $3,000 mark, I will give out our first twist of the competition. So, 10 more dollars, and we'll get a twist going in the competition. So, 10 more dollars, and we'll get a twist going in the competition.
Well, that's not cool. I was gonna jump across, and it like made me go through it. That wasn't even deep. What do you mean? Drowning there. So silly. Yeah, I was
No
excited
drowning
to go
this
against
morning.
Tinksy again too, and just nope, wasn't in the cards. I had to help out.
I can't
But it's
promise
okay.
that won't happen for me either.
It's a good thing I did too,
I can't
because
promise
now
that
with the
won't
other
happen for me
people
either.
not being here, kind of was needed.
Alright, y'all. Angels at 44, ShelbyLou 30, Butterfly Garden at 31. So we're keeping nice and close.
It's alright, Tinksy can learn from the master. He's gonna be like, I know which circles to do now. This guy's following me around, I don't like it. 2 silver. Oh, I don't need that yet.
I would
Wanna
say
make
you
this
could
guy go
file
away.
stalking
Follow
charges
me.
over there, Angel, but I don't even know where you would go for that. We don't really have any, like, sheriffs or security. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't trust the mayor for anything.
I'll go talk to Sugarfoot.
I wouldn't trust the mayor for anything.
Citrine. Yeah, I'll go ask Sugarfoot for help. I think it's a new
All right,
player,
y'all.
too.
We
You
are
can
now
tell by
less
the
than
outfits they're
30
wearing.
minutes left in the first hour. Less than 30 minutes left. Again, we are only $10 away from 3K. Let's get to 3K before the end of the first hour, y'all. We got this. We can do this. Let's get some twerking pinatas going. We got this. We can do this.
Choppa.
Let's get some twerking pinatas going.
Choppa. Silva.
Silver and gold. Silver and gold. Angel's got 39 pieces of silver. That might actually go up a little bit. Yep, there you go. 44. ShelbyLou with 24.
I feel like if you had to choose somebody
Butterfly
for
at
that job,
7.
Hassian would probably be the person to do it. Out of all of them, just out of their dispositions, I think Hassian would be the first one.
I mean, we do have a new NPC that doesn't really have a role anymore. I mean, we do have. So maybe that new NPC could become, you know, the strong arm of Kilima. That new NPC could become, you know, the strong arm of Kilima.
Citrine. Yo, with that little smirk he gives you in the freaking cutscene, I wouldn't be surprised.
And I'm not talking about Echelon.
Onyx. Yeah, Kenyatta could be pretty feisty.
About Echelon.
I'm talking about Echelon.
You keep my husband's name out of your mouth.
I don't know. The other wifey don't seem to be doing nothing yet.
Out of your mouth.
Yo, I'm ready to be able to romance him.
I miss.
I think he's got a little evil, devilish side to him. I can't get past that smirk. I don't know if he's gonna be like a Tamala.
Echelon, I think, is so gonna
Six
be a flirt. I think he's got some kinkiness in him. Mm-hmm.
I agree there. I agree there.
Mm-hmm.
I agree there. Now, full disclaimer, that is not that I don't have the funds to get...
Yeah, Tamala would probably take care of it.
The store didn't open until I was due to go live.
Turn him
I
into
realize
something. We'll have another
I'm
And
beast.
very
I had
random when I do this.
Angel hit 50 points. 50 points. He got 50 silver. She's racking up that silver. They've all been in Killima this whole round. Nobody's left Killima.
No blinky. Another quartz.
Shelby and Butterfly are back and forth in that second place spot.
Another emerald.
Oh. Look at Shelby go.
3 more silver.
Ingots to make the floor pieces, or the box pieces, but that's why I'm gold broke now, because I just spent what I had left in gold to buy focus food. Where the hell are all these gems, game?
Where's the ore?
Dear Singular 6, can you give me better RNG today? You know, on a daily I wouldn't care about finding gems, but today I need them. God damn it, sweet leaf.
There's not
Why do you have to be
any
so abundant
point
over here right
value to any of those over there, Butterfly. There's not any point value to any of
I
those over there, Butterfly.
know! They were on my way to where my ore compass said there was ore, though.
He's over in Bahari. I don't even know. I forgot about that. Alright. Well, this is going to help Butterfly right here. This
I can't
gold.
help my ooh shiny
Because
moments.
she'll be the
At
first
least I
in
didn't go off
gold.
track. It was on
First
my way to
place
where
in
the ore
gold with
compass
that.
told me there was ore. My ooh shiny moments. At least I didn't go off track. Just told me there was ore.
And that's going to boost her up to tied with Angel now. At the 51. Shelby at 44. Because Butterfly's in first place in platinum with that donation from the random chaos, and first in gold. Over here, an Angel. All right, drive safely, Jakey.
Somebody's definitely mining Killima.
Shelby go over to. Oh, okay. Shelby's close.
Quartz. You're not his emergency contact either, so you shouldn't have had to do that anyway.
we're gonna run home for a second.
I am so far behind on updating the bot. For the auto shoutouts for our dragon nesters. Thank you, Vinyl Viper. Food. I've been in there a few times through raids and just quietly lurked because it was one of those very low energy days. Where are you? Are you up on the ledge? Yes, you are. Alright, gems. Where are you?
Where's the ore?
Oh, I need to put myself back in streamer mode.
Ba-dum-bum.
That scares me every time because it is so loud in my ears.
ChelbyLou, you have been
loud.
sabotaged. I need you to go catch me a starred bug, please. A starred bug, please.
Okay.
Also, that means, y'all, we hit 3K for the month. We hit 3K for the month.
Let's go see what we can.
Good job, everyone. Good job, everyone.
So we're gonna release our first twist. Our first twist is going to be your silver wing. Whenever you get a chance, you can go home and check your silver wing. If you get a yellow egg, if you get a yellow egg, you will get 15 points.
I had already done mine before I got on, so I can't do that one.
Did you get all of your
I did because I didn't realize I was.
No, you're good. Did you get any of your piles?
Doing it.
No, you're good.
No, I did not do the piles.
No, I
did not do the
twist, then
piles.
we won't use that twist. Let me figure out what else we're gonna do. Then we won't use that twist. Let me figure out what else we're gonna do.
Alright, let's see if any of these.
Let's do this. The first person to get a tree amber will get 20 points. We'll get 20 points.
That would mean I have to stop mining. Dang that would mean I have to stop
Gotta
mining.
figure out if you want a tree amber for 20 points or if you want to mine
I know.
and get those points. That's the whole point of a twist. And get those
I
points.
know.
That's the whole point.
Why are none of these bugs starred?
The sabotage of the star
There are
bug.
usually a ton of moss up here. Why are there none today? Because I want there to be moss today. That's not starred. You're not starred. Not starred. Not starred.
Yes. Yes, she is, Andy.
My first ore compass is done.
First ore compass.
I'm gonna wait on the other one until after the first break. I'm gonna
Perfect.
wait on
Sounds
the other
good.
one
Thank
until
you.
after the first break.
Perfect. Sounds good. Thank you. Speaking of that, y'all, we have 17 minutes left in the first hour. 17 minutes left. In the first hour. 17 minutes left.
Don't take me that long to find a starred bug. Don't take me that long to find a starred bug. Let's go across here and see if there's one over here. We can work our way backwards if we need to.
Lasher Detective _ Jordy has joined the castle.
There are a ton of bugs over here. I don't understand why there are none.
For the thing,
Zero bucks.
we have a ribbon for this month. So let me get you on.
Are you starred? You're not.
Thank you for your prime.
You're not either.
And good morning.
Alright. Whee!
I will get you up later.
You're also not starred. You are not starred.
On the board.
You are not
Oh
starred.
my god, ChelbyLou.
You are not starred. You are not starred.
Oh my gosh.
You are also not starred.
Poor Shelby over
This is
here.
usually not a problem for me here. You're also not starred, but that wasn't part of my thing. Not
Get it?
starred.
Oh.
You can stay on the ground.
Heard the bag going, so I thought maybe.
I couldn't tell in the light. Going back that way is not going to help me.
Oh my gosh, ChelbyLou.
Juniper Amber just received. Juniper Amber just received.
Jeez. Alright, Butterfly getting the extra 20 points from the first twist. 20 points from the first twist. Jordy, oh, you got a beetle. That does not help with our point.
None of these bugs are starred. Why are none of them starred?
Or Shelby.
Also not starred. Not starred. This game has decided it hates me. That's fine. I don't
I
even
know,
know
you
where
could at
I'm
least gotten a
at
plushie,
at this
right?
point.
For sure. No plushie. You got a flower.
Well, there's the bug that we're ignoring.
You got a flower,
Almost
Jordy.
start.
I know, I
And
know.
we're back where I didn't want to be. Because I don't know where the f I am. Alright, we're going back this way. Stay on the path. Stay on the path. I won't end up back where I was. Probably. Maybe. Who knows? I'm me. There are not even any bugs. Rude. Not start. Also not start. Also not start.
Flowers are pretty. Which flower does the, I don't even remember what flower the beetle dropped.
Start.
Because I just delete them.
Rockstar.
Oh my god, ChelbyLou! What is happening right now? Oh yeah, you're right. It's the tiger one. The tiger lily. I believe. I mean, she can go wherever she wants. She's not stuck at the Highlands.
You know what? We're going somewhere else. We're going to go back to Killanoa and see if we can find a freaking starred bugbear.
No, you can go anywhere you wanted to go. You just can't hit any rocks until you get that card stuff.
Try it with her.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. You guys, we are five follows away from 3,100. Crazy. Crazy. The starred bug is definitely, yeah, I think that Sabo has been brutal this year already. And we're only in our round 2, our second round.
You are also not starred. You are also not starred. All of you suck. Also suck.
Less than 10 minutes left in the first hour, y'all. Less than 10 minutes left.
Told you it would take me the whole time to find a damn bug. Told you it would take me the whole time to find a damn bug.
I know, we've been watching.
I know, I'm on your stream. I know, I'm on your stream.
Becky Boo, hello, love. How are you?
You are not starred. You are not starred.
What is happening right now?
Don't push the button. Come here.
Get it! Get it!
No.
No. Get it? Yay!
I gotta start an answer.
Finally!
Yay!
Finally!
We're just gonna hit rocks since we're here. Just rude, Andy. Just rude, Andy.
Beginning of my birthday with my Twitch community and raising money for charity, and then later on I spend it with my family.
At least that could be some entertainment for y'all. At least that could be some entertainment for y'all.
Right. Vinyl vapor. Did you send your Pokécats tactical? I normally call them out for you guys, but I'm. Oh, it just closed. Okay. I will roll that in a minute. When we take the break, in a few moments, I will roll the mystery alpha giveaway.
Look crazy.
My first unlock for giveaways, that's plushies, right? To my mods. On my personal spreadsheet for today. There's a tab that will show you. All that. MJ did awesome on getting that spreadsheet set up for me.
That's crazy.
M&M's over here so I can stay awake. Some energy.
That's like its own groundation. Hunt this bug. 10 minutes later.
That's brutal. That's the randomness of that round, sabotage, because that sabotage could be easy or it could be not easy.
Oh yeah, the construction outside. Add that to the mix. Because they loud. If I wasn't already up at 7:30 this morning, I would have been up by 8, because that's when I heard all the freaking stuff starting.
Oh, Lindsay, we need to put in the to-dos a reminder that the some buckets are not allowed to be used when have to hunt for a starred fish.
Now, to decide whether I'm going to Elderwoods next or Highlands. Jasper.
Chum bucket. It's too early for that this morning, ma'am. Chum bucket.
To get an ore compass for Elderwoods, but I think I might be good enough. Who knows? Might sabotage myself doing it, but
Jesus.
only thing is
Move over here.
looks like silver.
Angel, so I can refresh. ChelbyLou here.
Or just go to the next area now, and then, or next round, and then come back to try and get the emerald during the 4th round quartz. Normally what I do a round in each zone, and then final round get what I need afterwards. Citrine.
Back to being close again. Only 2 points underneath Butterfly. Oh, hold on. Angel, you're not allowed to get any more silver because you're at 69 pieces of silver. Just so you know. Angel, you're not allowed to get any more silver because you're at 69 pieces of silver.
Oh, sad face.
Just kidding. Also, you got a minute and a half in the hour, y'all. 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Sad face.
Also, you got a minute and a half in the hour, y'all. 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Baby iron.
Get off the tree.
Oh, it'd be really nice if one of my managers would message me back
my
saying
tree
the
hugger
alarm went
today,
off. You'd think
apparently.
something.
That wasn't either.
All right, if you're hitting a node, finish that node and then pause. Put up your inventory so that our moderators can double check those scores, make sure they're good to go. All right, first hour down, y'all.
Since I rushed to go get ready, I'm going to take a very quick potty break.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you know, just the usual daily events just happening.
Yeah. Oh. All right. How y'all feeling? Y'all good? First hour down. As soon as the mods let me know we're good, I'll go over the scores with y'all. We're at $3,000 even. So y'all today have made $125 raised so far today. So hopefully we get a little bit more in there this next hour. Twerkin Kenyatta has had a 20-minute break. So, like, I think it's time for Twerkin Kenyatta to get back to work. Get back to work!
Yeah, get back to work.
Doing it. I'm gonna take a quick stretch break.
Let's see. Oh my god, why'd they have to come over here with that stupid tractor?
Because she thinks
been an
my
interesting
track
morning.
is sexy. Okay, sorry. It really
No, I got
turns
construction
around.
going on outside my freaking in the apartment area, and then had somebody call me from the alarm company at work saying the alarm went off. My managers aren't answering my text messages about it.
It makes you feel better. I'm dealing with work things as well on my side too. So mods are good.
And I'm back.
Perfect. But if I know you're stretching, are you still able to hear us?
Dude.
Don't forget again, guys, that the winner of the round does get a nice, cool trophy to commemorate their win today. Also the top score, I will get, it should be arriving in the mail, on Monday, but the Grand Championship trophy has been made. It's on the way here, and I'll have it on Monday, so I should be able to show it off on the 11th, the show of the round on the 11th. You guys can see what the grand trophy is, from whoever wins that top 5 round in July. All right, I
Woo.
see a butterfly. So I'm gonna go over the scores. So y'all ready? Right
Yeah.
now, again, don't forget silver, gold, and platinum. It's a point system. So first place gets 20, second place gets 15, third place gets 10 points. It's only 3 of you all. So as long as you get some silver, some gold, and some platinum, you're walking away with at least 10 points out of all of that. So keep that in mind. You have to get something in order to get it. You don't get points for 0. For silver right now, Angel is in the lead at 69 pieces. ChelbyLou has 38. Butterfly has 11. For gold, Butterfly has 20. And for platinum, Butterfly has 1. So keep those in mind. Make sure you guys are getting those things there. Our score right now is Butterfly at 73, Angel at 70, and ChelbyLou at 46. All right, y'all, and we just got, look in here to make sure this is what we needed. A big donation, y'all. Look at that. Thank you all for that big donation. Angel, you just got gifted 2 ore compasses. ChelbyLou, you get an ore compass, and Butterfly, you also get an ore compass. So somebody was nice and gave everybody ore
Yay!
compasses, but Angel an extra one.
Thank you.
Again, don't forget just to let me know when you all start those, so this way I can make sure the time before you start it. Let me know you're starting it. All right, are y'all good and ready to go for the second hour of the event?
Yeah.
Any questions, comments, or concerns?
I'm good.
All good.
All right, y'all may begin. All right, we have some dog treats, which I've got a wheel in the way real quick. Let me move the Kitsu wheel out of the way. And move this out of the way. Run this over. Just like bang the shit into something. Hi, you want this? You want this? Sit. Sit. Lay down.
I'm going to use an ore compass.
Lay down. Down. Up. Back it up. Lizzie. Stay. Lizzie. Stay. Sky. Up. Paw. 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 Give me paw. No, not you, paw. Paw. Give me paw. That's it. That's the treats for you, ladies. Girl. Girl. Silly babies. I know, right? Silly babies. Alright, we also got some random chaos. Also, with that donation, I'm going to release another twist into the game, y'all. And this twist is going to be the Kilima or Bahari pile. You get to choose one or the other. If you get something rare out of the pile, you will get 20 points. 20 points if you get something rare out of the pile. Just let me know when you're at the pile before you open it. All right. random chaos. We have some random chaos to do, y'all.
Once I load into
I
Kill 'em,
guess
I am
we're
also
going
going to use
back
one
to-
of my ore compasses. Once I load into Kill 'em, I am also going to use one of my ore compasses.
Go back to kill him, I guess.
Perfect.
Go get the pile.
Let's see what our random chaos is going to give us. Again, 1 is Angel, 2 is Shelby, 3 is Butterfly, 4 is Nobody. So we're gonna re-roll. I'm just not taking. This wheel is set for 5, and this is the only round we don't have 5, unfortunately. So it's just gonna have to be that way, and we have to just work around it.
All right, activating
Number
ore
2,
compass.
It's ShelbyLou.
Activating ore compass.
Perfect. The random chaos wheel is being very, very, very nice today, y'all. It gave Angel a ruby. It gave platinum to Butterfly Gaming, and now it has decided to give ShelbyLou an amethyst. Right. An amethyst.
Yay, thank you, Chaos Wheel. I'm making up for the bug. Yay, thank you, Chaos Wheel. I'm making up for the bug.
Which is another big plus for whoever did the random chaos wheel for that, because you gave out a $50 item for 30 bucks. So that was a good plus on that end. Chaos wheel is very generous today, very generous. Elder! What's up, Elder? How are you doing, love? How is Elder today? We are doing round 2 right now. I'm doing okay. We had a little bit of a struggle. We only had 3 streamers for this round because we had a cancellation, and then we had a streamer go missing, go MIA. So luckily ShelbyLou was up and decided to go live, so we can at least get 3 streamers in here to compete, or it would have been a little bit difficult of a match to do. So we're making it work, though. We're making it work. How are you doing? I saw that you got a cheap desk, so you can have a desk to stream from at least. Hopefully all your setup stuff is going okay to get stuff situated, so you get back to streaming while you're waiting for for your move.
I don't remember which little mountain though.
Yes, today will be a trial stream to see if I got everything set back up correctly. Exciting.
I know we saw it.
I will be lurking. If you're still streaming when I'm done with this event, I'll pop in and say hi. For sure, pop in and say hi. I have
This one. There it is. I see it. We'll get these rocks down here first, though. Citrine, get up the wall.
we are at total raise
Or don't.
for the month of $3,110.
Stop climbing dragon.
This is exciting. Hoping we can at least try to get us to 3,500 today. I think that's my end goal.
I'm at the pile.
See that? Go right ahead.
I'm at the pile.
See
Heat
that?
root.
Go right ahead. Heat root. That is something rare. GG ShelbyLou. That is on your 20 points. GG ShelbyLou on your 20 points. That puts Shelby right back into the competition now.
Jump off. Okay, that's what we're doing. Well, there was nothing up here anyway.
Speaking, by the way, of Elder in here, a big shout out, exclamation mark, charity sponsors. I think it's what I did it as. Elder is one of our sponsors this month, which you can also see in that flyer up there. Elder Guy sponsored the trophies. I don't know if I did charity sponsors or if I just did exclamation mark sponsors. But the trophies that'll be given out, this is kind of what they'll be looking like. Elder
Oh, it's
sent to
so dark
donate.
here.
For us to have them
Looks
made,
like it's stormed
so I
here.
appreciate that donation. And then Princess Jen has donated all of the mystery outfits for all of the rounds halftime giveaway and our winner.
Alright.
All right, y'all.
Oh.
It's getting spicy in here.
All right, y'all.
Angel
It's
and
getting
Butterfly.
spicy
I
in
need both of y'all to
here.
stop what you're doing and
Angel
catch
and
me a
Butterfly.
starred
I need both
fish,
of y'all to
please.
Stop what you're doing and catch me a starred
ChelbyLou, you have another ore compass.
Wha-
ChelbyLou, you have another
You guys
ore
are
compass.
meanies.
Thank
I
you.
hate fishing. You guys are
Thank
meanies. I
you.
hate fishing.
I'm looking, Lindsay, to see what that is. What is that command? What did I make that command? Oh, it's just exclamation mark sponsors with an S.
I don't need to hit those. Come on.
Got
There
me
we
a starred
go.
bronze bluegill.
Thank you
Got me
kindly.
a starred
Now
bronze
that you got
bluegill.
that starred fish, let's go
Thank
after
you
a starred bug.
kindly.
Why don't you,
Now
Angel?
that you got that starred fish, let's go after a starred bug. Why not?
See, I was ready for the bug the first time, but no. See, I was ready for the bug the first time, but no.
Look at all these damn bugs that are here now that I don't need one. And there's a starred one right there.
Gillyfin acquired.
All right,
Starred
Butterfly, that
Gillyfin
goes for you as
acquired.
well. I need now a starred bug from
Butterfly,
you.
that goes for you as well. I need now a starred bug from you.
Whoever sabotaged me, you're not very nice. This is in the middle of my
Whoever
ore sabotaged me, you're not very nice. This is in the middle of my
Got
ore
me a
compass.
grumpy frog. I got me a grumpy frog.
Oh yeah, don't forget to mind your rocks, y'all. Mind your rocks. Channel point.
I'm not after you, little Jack Cat. This is not a hunting competition. This is mining.
Forgetful octopus. Welcome in, love. How are you? Ooh, getting flint. Ouch. That does not help our points for the chat. Good morning.
I would pick it up if it were started. It's not. Nothing over here.
No. The stream room is so warm, y'all. Very warm today. If y'all didn't know, by the way, it is Butterfly Garden's birthday today.
Man, Elderwoods is.
So make sure you guys pop over to
better
Butterfly
than Zelda
Garden
right
and
now.
say happy birthday. If you need the streamer link, here are all 3 of our streamers
Doing
today.
another great Palia
my God.
charity hunt for It Gets Better.
So make sure you all check
And happy
them
birthday.
out
It was
today.
Still very loud. I thought I fixed that. Damn it. I need a start bug. This is taking up my Ord compass. I am not very happy right this second. Because the game is not being very nice.
It's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday.
I put that in there during Phoenix Bard's birthday.
That was loud.
It's strictly to It Gets Better every year. And it's the only month where we have multiple rounds instead of just one.
Lindsay, I'm waiting for you to get your the Great Paleo Charity Hunt badge. So I'm assuming like you or Shelby,
We did,
maybe
I
Isabel
think we might have done St. Jude or something similar.
might get it.
But we did,
Does it tell you how much more hours you
we
need
did
for
one for the
it or
veterans last
anything?
month.
I don't like I can't see it from my end, right? Because I don't get it.
We did Charlie Mike last month.
Butterfly Gaming, I'm gonna delay
have multiple
your
rounds,
starred
though, with,
bug. Finish your
various
ore compass.
streamers
As soon as
throughout
it's
the
done,
month.
then I would like for you to get your starred bug. Butterfly Gaming,
Thank you, I
I'm
love
gonna
you.
delay your starred bug. Finish your ore compass. As soon as it's done, then I would like for you to get your starred bug.
Thank you, I love you.
I don't know either. Maybe in drops.
I also found the
And it's a little bit of an
Colonel Lee pile.
earlier stream for me than
Let's see
usual,
what
but I'm
you
okay.
give
Go ahead.
I don't mind getting up early.
Yucky. Wheat.
Ooh,
I also
wheat does
found
not
the
help you.
Colonel
I'm
Lee
sorry,
pile.
love.
No. Let's see what you give me.
Hmm.
Yucky. Wheat.
Ooh, wheat does not help you. I'm sorry, love.
No.
Right. Now I just need a ruby, and then we'll be good for this area.
Oh, Lindsay,
And
in the
definitely some more platinum.
bottom.
I need more platinum. I can't My just ore compass throw is them out finished. 2 pieces. 2 pieces ain't gonna do nothing for me.
Thank you. There's a
My ore
little
compass is
like
finished.
tabby thing right next to your channel point. Thank you. That's where it's at. There's a Sandra in the chat. There's a Baroness Sandra. How's Baroness Sandra this morning? Good morning. It doesn't show you both. Because when I click on it over here, it shows both. Maybe scroll down. Interesting. At the store after work. How was work? Hopefully work was good.
GG's in your Pokecatch Tactical.
gonna listen to all three of them right now because I'm not talking to them. Into watch drop. Like, click. Oh, interesting. Okay. We're learning things. We're learning new stuff today.
Alright, we need to go back over here.
One and a half hours left.
My Aura compass is done. I shall now go through the torture of finding my. My Aura compass is done. I shall now. My Aura compass. Finding my starred buggy.
Alright. Thank you.
Nope, that is
Alright.
not the thing.
Thank
Oh,
you. Alright. Thank you.
I always lose it.
An energized
Remember it being
piranha.
bright
I
in the
am a
cave.
piranha.
We are.
I live in the Amazon.
We're gonna go back up and see if that replenished. If not, we'll come back down and go to the Royal Hunting Grounds. I have some luck over there sometimes. JDM, I don't need that.
Don't worry, compass is safe for me too. Oh my god. I am blind. That damn bug was going to turn left.
I gotta admit, Elderwood is like the worst spot for me because my circle is always like I change it every single time.
Thought that was like the sound, it wasn't.
Alright. Angel's at 103. Shelby at 91. Butterfly is at 68. Oh, because Angel took
I
over
also forgot
platinum
to tell
level.
you the other day, Modfather, while you were in voice chat with me hanging out.
I swear
Platinum.
somebody turned up the brightness.
At
in
The end of
fucking
last
El-
month
Elderwood.
when
It's taken over by
was in
Angel.
a
It is
hurry
so
rush
bright.
to have to
Yeah.
give out 4
Yeah.
whopping pals because I didn't give away any last month.
Which we don't
Uh,
need.
Shelby
Yeah,
has
the
took
whopping
second
pals.
place in gold. That upped her points
I definitely
there.
didn't change my settings.
If you
Right.
didn't notice.
Let me know if listening to all three of them in
I
my
was in
stream
voice
is
chat
too
with
much for
Phoenix
y'all.
Bar
Okay.
the day that we,
I'll make sure to only
we're
listen
on
to one
the
of them when I'm going live in
last
there
cut
in
of having
Discord.
to give those out
Sure, about working
before the new
hard
month
today.
started. Where the hell are the starred ones?
All of this is JDM.
Yeah, but look at this. Everything's like really
here's some
bright.
Dear Palia. Where are my starred butterflies?
I don't
Angel,
know if
did
they
you go
actually
into the
did
cave
do
and
a
come out of the
change. I haven't
cave?
been in Elderwoods in a little while, or if it's just
Angel, did you go into the cave
something.
and come out of the cave?
I was in a cave. I did leave a cave.
If you went into that
It
cave
just feels really bright.
and then you come out of that cave, the brightness changes. It's a known glitch. If you went into that cave and then you come out of that cave, the brightness changes. It's a known glitch.
I'm okay with it. It just threw me off guard. Makes things easier.
71 degrees already over there for you, Sandra. It is 75 degrees
I can
over
see
here right now.
everything. I can see clearly now. The brightness is up.
Somebody in Angel's chat, please clip that. Somebody in Angel's chat, please clip that.
Exclamation clip, anybody can do it. 2 hours in. I'll have to keep that timestamp just in case.
1 gold. Four gold.
Alright, building up that gold right there. Shelby's building the gold up.
Rocks, 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 rocks.
I didn't need that. Why did I hit it?
Oh my god, I'm falling. I heard the bug.
Where are the stones at?
Darn it.
Oh, it got dark again. I'm blind.
Dear Palia.
I feel rude coming over here.
I'm blind.
I'm leaving now. Sorry. Didn't mean to get in the middle of your bug bomb.
Help, it's dark. I need an adult.
And it wasn't started.
Did a bunch of fishing and
Oh, that
echo
fight.
and animal hunting. Finally got your midnight Cernic the bag, but almost didn't get. But you got a midnight Cernic plushie. Lucky. I haven't gotten any of the new Cernic plushies yet.
This isn't just darkness. This is advanced darkness.
I got a starstone, sunstone.
Six gold.
Taking out the trash.
And
Taking
4
out the
gold.
trash at night.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I think ShelbyLou might be
SpongeBob
taking
references in
over
my head
the gold
That
lead.
I very rarely have for this game. It's definitely showing right now.
I think all that gold gets
Rubbing the
added. It
floors.
should
Floors at night.
get her over the butterfly gaming's
Another
blue.
going up.
Alright. Wait.
Okay, let me move some stuff around.
I gold broke. I can't even fast travel. Son of
Ooh. No, she doesn't have enough
I'm
gold.
gonna cry.
Oh, friend.
Put the ones that we're actually
Okey-dokey.
getting now
Quick
on
question,
the front row.
Ms. Amanda, am I allowed to sell things that are not needed?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank God. Ms. Amanda, am I allowed to sell things that are not
Just know to be
needed?
careful because you end up
Okay, thank
selling
God. I am gold broke. And
something that is technically supposed to be like points wise. You lose those points, so just be careful.
yes, thank you very much.
Be like points wise, you lose those points, so just be careful.
Yes, thank you very much.
I got the rift rock done. That's taken care of. I have the board still
There's
to work
just
on.
no
I got
rock
the cooking to
cutting.
get done. I haven't really been able to do a lot because we haven't been streaming. I did get some questing done yesterday
Lots on that
morning
side.
with Lilu off
Oh.
stream.
It's fine. We're going over to this
Oh.
travel board.
But
Yes.
ShelbyLou has taken the lead overall too, y'all, with that gold.
Where did I want to go? Royal Hunting Ground.
Copper can go. This can go. This was for points. We cannot sell that fishy.
Okay.
Alright, y'all. Kenyatta has had a 20-minute break. I think it's time for Kenyatta to get back to work and back to twerking. We are $30 away, one chaos wheel away from $3,200 raised. Let's do it, y'all. We can do this. $200 raised. Let's do it, y'all. We can do this.
Yeah, we like chaos.
Yes, Panther Girl. I know after stream I got
Go for it,
my
chat. Send some
family thing,
chaos our way.
So I'll let you. I'll message you on Discord
Misclick.
when I'm ready.
That banshee bug just hissed at me.
Family thing, and then unless hubby dies when we get home
That one did too.
because of being
Rude.
so long, I want to spend some time with him.
Up the rock,
Now,
not the
Bahari,
ground.
be nice to me. Give me a start bug so I can get back to my mining. Please.
There was a stone up there. Oh, the poop!
I got slightly confused because I was hearing the fishing game, and I'm like, wait, I don't have the fishing game sounds.
Start garnet.
Keep forgetting to put myself back in streamer
I
mode.
didn't want to pick up.
Sorry for anybody who is hearing the
Give
Discord.
me a Jasper.
Chat. I normally have Discord muted. Or Discord in streamer mode. Forgot to put it back in streamer mode.
It's my next step to get a blanket.
Thank you,
Let me up.
Lindsay.
Let me up! Oh my god!
Can't mine yet. Where are all these
These three-
goddamn bugs that are normally overpopulated?
30 minutes, y'all. We got 30 minutes left in the first half. Again, we are $30 away from $3,200. Let's get that 30 in before halftime. We can do this. Let's get it. Let's get some pork and kenyatta. And before halftime. We can do this. Let's get it. Let's get some pork and kenyatta.
We're in summer, but I'm in Connecticut, so the weather is very unpredictable. I mean, it is hot out today, but with my AC on, I'm kind of cold.
Maybe Elderwood would be nice to me and I'll have a start froggy when I get in here. That'll be nice.
Pulling out the nut. Oh, pulling out the nut.
Back to mine.
Where all the platinum at?
I just gotta be careful because starting to get some tooth pain back again.
There's a
I
B tier
did that
Pokemon,
one.
B tier Pokemon.
So we're on this side of the mouth.
I don't know where I'm going now. I'm just running.
Just roaming. Going for a stroll.
Right, nothing has spawned.
Just
over
going for a
here.
stroll there, Shelby, huh?
Those are
Just
my
going
only
for a
two real
stroll there,
spots.
Shelby, huh?
Yep. It's a nice day for a walk in the really stormy weirdness of the Highlands. Really stormy weirdness of the Highlands.
Yeah. Although I might, after this month is over, look at getting, the tooth that I can start feeling. Get it pulled before it gets too bad, you know? But I have to get past what I've got going on right now, you know? Because I'm paying a yearly plan to get a discount on the place that I've gotten my teeth pulled out from before. So I paid for the year. I might as well, you know, use it. No, I ain't got no time right now. For too cool. Can you imagine me in here screaming with jaws up my teeth?
Darn it.
Of course, that wouldn't be the problem. The problem is just the money. I don't have the money right now. With Reno coming up in a week and a half.
I don't know why my brain what was that? That's the same thing we see 800 times walking through here. Back up. This is not.
Yanda's getting a long break.
I
Darn
don't
it.
have a.
Is she still trying to get her start bug? Oh my god.
I don't have my relic, so why am I even trying to shoot at anything infected? Because what if I forgot to put it out?
We can't have your relics on
So
anyway.
I can't even use it. I don't think we can use the relics. Yes, make sure you follow MJ's gamer channel.
11 gold.
You're an infected one, aren't you? I can't shoot at you. Yeah.
And a garnet. Pick up the rocks.
Dirty pooflingers.
That curse of the starred bug. I'm sorry, butterfly.
The game hates me.
That curse
Because if I'm
of
out
the
here on a
starred bug.
daily,
I'm
I
sorry,
can play
butterfly.
Starbuck, no problem. The game hates me. Because if I'm out here on a daily,
Ruby! Yeah!
Oh.
This forsaken place!
Angel with that ruby now.
Right, that's all I need here. I don't need anything else here. I can leave? Question mark, question mark. Alright, we're gonna go to Highlands. And pop an ore compass. I have time to pop an ore compass, right? I don't even know how much time we have right now.
Yeah. He does.
Up here.
Can't believe I got the ruby before I got an emerald.
Yeah,
Citrine.
I see it.
Alright, guys. Again, we're $30 away from $3,200 raised. If we get that $30, I will release another twist into the game. Another chance to gain some more points and raise those points up. Because remember, the top 5 high scores of the whole month gets to go into the final round for the Grand Championship Trophy and gets featured on It Gets Better's stream. So make sure y'all get those donations in, help support these streamers, help raise money for It Gets Better, and let's release another twist into the game.
Good, then I'll stay
Dear
there. If
wonderful
not, then I'll go to
streamer
Bahari.
over
He's
here,
gonna get
more
these gold nodes
anxiety of
first.
having
Do I
the
has
chance of
time
being
to pop my
featured
second ore compass?
on charity's
Do I
Yes,
has
you do.
channel.
All right, well, I'm popping it. Do I has time
Plop
to
it
pop my second
away.
ore compass?
Yes, you do.
All right, well, I'm popping it.
Steph, hi, Steph.
Chat, mommy,
Sorry,
I
y'all.
missed you. I don't have time to like.
How are you, Steph?
I
Welcome
see
in.
nothing.
Hi, Steph.
Where am I?
Sorry,
Okay,
y'all.
we're gonna do.
Hopefully you're doing well today. ChelbyLou! Hi,
I
ChelbyLou.
do need to get a pile still. I don't know where the Bahari one's at. I know where Kilima's is at, but I don't know where Bahari's at. We'll give it a try.
It was a rough start this morning,
Come on,
ChelbyLou,
Gold.
but we got
See
it
what
going.
happens, I guess.
We had a streamer go MIA, missing. Never started, can't get a hold of them.
Up top.
But ChelbyLou stepped in so we can at least have 3 streamers
Make
to
it.
compete today.
Yeah, of course I'm not gonna make that though. Okay. Well, tried.
I'm doing good, Steph. Doing good.
There's a bunch up there. Shit.
Those were not there before. Or that one. Maybe I missed
I've already
it.
gotten off course.
Yeah, because I was like,
Let's see if we're
just
on
having 2
islands like
streamers
snake.
compete against each other, I don't know how that
I don't
was
even
gonna
know where
work.
I'm at
You know?
right now. What the? Someone donate me a horse ham sandwich. All right, we're good.
Angel's
Now
like,
we're
give
back.
me a horse.
This way.
See if I can't get anything good.
20 minutes. We got less than 20 minutes left in the half. Less than 20 minutes. 20 minutes. We got less than 20 minutes left in the half. Less than 20 minutes. I hope she knows Jade does not get you anything that helps you with this around this event.
Oh, I can't do that right now.
Yeah, a lot of gold grind. Hello, Lilu. Thanks for popping in. Alright, let's see if we can find anything. It may not have respawned, but... Oh, it did a little bit.
Oh my gosh.
I do want to go down that way.
How dare you set your tea around somewhere? It's gonna get cold. If it's hot tea. I'm assuming it's hot tea. Because you said mug.
Thinking about it strategically,
Start buggy down that way.
as much as I need the Amber Echo, I can't use the Sunstones for anything.
Amber echoed buggies for Aryo. So I can try and get... Oh god, no. Can't go into that
Is
right
he
now.
still trying to get a start bug? I totally forgot about this.
I need the Jadium and I need the Amber Echo, but...
No, you're not a buggy.
I saw that little dragon,
Probably
and my brain's like, why is there
better,
Palium
yeah,
over
it's probably
here?
better in Bahari for this because of that reason. I gotta go fix my shit anyway.
We are going to be...
Yeah, there's no point in harvesting it. As much as I need it, no point in
With
harvesting
gold
it. I'll
first,
go to Bahari
because they
and sell
just
my
hit
stuff
it,
real
and I
quick. I
don't
have
wanna
another
lose.
compass going, so I gotta hurry up.
4 gold. 5 gold.
Nope, I can't mine right now.
13 gold.
Well, alright then.
I'll run back here to get the.
Now, hopping up that gold, getting that
Other
first
stuff.
place.
Gonna cry. There's a gold ore right there.
My storage is full.
Hit the rock.
Terrible timing because I haven't worked on this, but that's okay. I need to fix this stuff.
You are safe from me right now.
I'm not gonna have any store.
Not gonna take that long.
I swear to God, if I don't find this damn star bug by break time,
Sapphire, that's what I was waiting
me and
for.
this game are gonna have some choice words.
Alright, here we go. Let's do it.
Nope, you're not a buggy.
Alright, Bahari. Don't steer me wrong. Ah, look, gold.
I probably should not have an energy drink right now, Sandra. I'm just gonna get ready to, like, possibly be laid down here in a little bit.
You're not a buggy either, you're safe.
Butterfly Garden game is gonna have a
One of
lot
these
of catch
things
up
is
to
gonna
do.
hit me and it's gonna freak me out.
If I can convince my husband to
nope.
go get me a monster, we
I
do.
got by without a fire
Well, I'm on the board for all of them at least so
hitting
far.
me. More gold. Darn it. You're standing on the gold as we're trying to hit it. 4 more gold. And now we are out of stuff here.
I'm seriously going to reach.
Let's go this way. I don't know if there's anything over this way.
Oh, I might have to fix my element, but major follow 3 years and 1
was
month.
something over by the... I see a few.
There are so many not nice words in my head right now for this
Oh my God,
game.
climbing just hates me today. Darn
You
it.
got an Onyx? Let's go, Sandra. 3 years
Good
already.
morning, ChelbyLou. Thank you. Right now,
really
this
like
game is
veering off
not
course,
giving me
but
luck because I had to stop
don't
from
wanna
mining
miss
to try and find the start bug
Amethyst
that I
in
cannot
Elderwood
find
only?
for the life of me.
Or are they in here? I
Especially
can't
when it's
remember.
gold.
So I need an amethyst. I know the rubies.
Can we get
in
a shout out
Elderwood.
for ChelbyLou, please?
In July, the end of July, we'll be celebrating 6 years of video game streaming for me. 6 years, y'all.
She is another one of Feisty's wonderful mods who also
Somebody's
plays
pet
Palia
stuck up
and
there.
does some marbles on stream at the beginning of every stream.
I'm going backwards
Before
right
she
now.
jumps into her
Circle
Palia.
goes the other way.
She will also wait now.
I'm gonna look before.
Yeah, but I'm not taking that time. I am just hitting the damn amber and hitting the bug.
Don't see anything. We're just gonna go back.
It's already took probably a good 30 minutes from my hunt or
Darn it.
from my mining to try and find this starred bug.
These are on the other side of the wall.
Wonder why Losses isn't working. I'm gonna have to reconnect her.
More gold. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
We're just gonna follow our path until halftime.
Isabel? Do we have an Isabel? Did I miss in this video? Yeah, there's Isabel.
Hey, look. It's our favorite.
Mining
thing.
or Onyx. I didn't even talk about the Onyx, didn't I?
Maybe if
No,
I
it was a
could
double
hit
Onyx.
it, I've
Nice.
run it over like 4 times.
Sandra got an Onyx, and Isabel got an Onyx.
2 more gold.
Oh, I see a big ass gold over there.
I'm done. Go back to bed, pretty please. Feel that.
Don't need that.
The Sabo is killing a butterfly right now.
That's
I
a
would've went for, like,
Personata.
I don't know, Kilma, maybe?
Sometimes you can't tell the difference. In Palia and in real life.
Literally 10 pieces? You.
Two more gold.
Swear to God, this ore compass is giving me nothing but gold. It's not finding
Palia
anything
hates
else.
me.
She's now, Butterfly's lost the second place in gold.
all there
Angel's
is.
sticking that
Already at
down.
30 pieces.
He says, oh, you wanted to do mining? You wanted to get points in your charity event? Thank you, Miracola. Right now I'm raging of the game. No. Because this was a twist in the event. The whole purpose of the event is mining, but I had to stop from the mining to try and find a bug. I can't even use ore compasses unless they're unlocked, and I have wonderfully had 2 people unlock one for me, plus
Some
random
big
chaos
stuff in
gave
the
me one.
cave.
Looks like the non-medium did not respawn back over here.
Either random chaos or somebody in general. Somebody
Darn
left their
darn it.
chum bucket down there. Thank you, Allie. Yes, love you.
I don't know if Butterfly's gonna be able to get this card bug before the halftime.
Just like
Oh,
all
gee,
the
hello.
Zora that I would like to be mining right now.
How are we doing today?
Oh my goodness.
Yes, I'm aware it says
Wait.
mute next to my
Yeah.
character, but I have to mute it at Discord, so that's
Exactly.
why it's not lighting up and stuff.
I found that weird too. I was like, that was definitely
flying.
weird to come across a chum bucket just sitting there.
I'm having issues with my camera syncing to my model today, so that's why I'm not using it at the moment. So you're stuck with my static image. Just woke up.
I would have already left the Highlands. No.
I didn't really have a route for here before, but I
Yeah, it'd probably be where when I was waking
starting
up
to
if
get
I
one?
wasn't doing this.
Okay. I have very many
I did a
transfers
lot of
from-
gold
little
over
bit.
here. Shit, I guess it's probably a good thing I came to Bahari. Good God. 7 gold. Let's see if I can get here.
7 minutes left in the hour, y'all. 7 minutes left. Again, we are $30 short of $3,200. $30. One random chaos wheels. Let's get it donated. $100. $30. One random chaos wheels. Let's get it donated.
My ore compass is done.
Enchanted.
My ore compass is
Love.
done. My ore compass is done.
I'm excited for Juby as well. I hope he's gonna have a lot of
Nothing
fun.
over here.
Hopefully we're gonna
Nope.
get
Okay.
all of his tech stuff together to make the event.
I didn't
smooth
see the
for
arrow
him.
next to it. That's why I was confused. Oh, I do see some up there. It's just weird because I didn't see the arrow. So it was throwing me off. But yeah, it's up there.
Yeah, I would have already
Right there.
for sure have left the islands
Stretch
gone
and hydrate. I got all that for you.
to another adventure zone for the starred bug.
Darn it. I made sure I had a cup of water next to
I
me
got
with
lost
my
for a
coffee.
minute, even though I'm the one who chose to come here.
Can you get a starred bug out of Amber?
This one might not have respawn.
I'm not even sure because I don't think I've ever gotten one out of it.
See it down there.
Nothing. So, here's some over here.
And thank you for the daily power siphon. Very much appreciated.
It is blinking already. We're gonna get the goldfish.
So there.
2 more gold. Another starred granite.
So our
That's
3
okay.
streamers
Sounds glitched. So
are there are their links right there. So Little Angel, Butterfly Garden Gaming, and then ChelbyLou stepped in today, so we wouldn't have only 2 streamers because we were down
more
streamers
gold?
for
That's
this round.
mine. I had to take it out of streamer mode to make a hotkey to mute myself in Discord. And I haven't put it back
Getting
in
stuck on rocks.
to streamer mode yet.
Another garnet.
Poor Butterfly today. It's her birthday. She's stuck trying to find a starred bug.
Thank you for the follow.
gold.
That time I got attacked. My face is burning off.
She really needs to go to
Right
another
there,
adventure zone.
Goldor. I'm coming for you next.
Enchanted Rachel, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. No problem.
Where did you go? Son of a bitch.
I was gonna be up watching anyway. I might as well
Oh my god, I see more
If
gold.
I can help, I will
Sweet
help.
baby Jesus.
Me stepping in has
Better than my
helped,
Kilima run.
I think so.
Not getting many stones, but like, sheesh, the gold popping.
Probably not.
2-minute warning. 2 minutes left in the half.
And Butterfly still
2-minute
hasn't found her
warning.
star back.
2
I'm going
minutes
to
left in
scream
the
at this
half.
game.
Girlfriend,
Butterfly
go to a
still
different
hasn't found her
adventure
star
zone.
back.
I think
I'm
you'll have
going
better
to
luck. I'm
scream at
just
this
saying.
game. I know I have. I'm about to go back to
Girlfriend,
Kilma.
go to a different adventure zone. I think you'll have better luck. I'm just saying.
I know I have. I'm about to go back to Kilma.
Rachel, hello. How we doing today?
I know, I don't know why I'm doing this, but...
Don't mind me and my crappy no model. Camera difficulties.
Oops, Tindy
so,
is behind my
get what you get.
camera.
But I hope you're having a good
I don't
day.
know.
That.
Oh, we're gonna do this.
I heard
We're
about
doing
It's mostly
a
repaired, it's
charity event
fine.
right now.
And you're good, Jim.
But if you're from somebody else's stream doing this, then you already know that.
wishful hope.
Where all the ore at?
That's kind of my thing about this
Excellent.
whole
Glad to
thing.
hear it.
Whatever it
We like
is,
when
it's
people are
fine.
having a good day. Citrine.
Spending
Dig it.
20 minutes looking for a starred bug, it's fine. Mountain, you're in my way.
Alright, if you're hitting a node, finish that node and then pause. I'll need you to head home. Grab that lucky coin of yours that you should have. And then head to the underground. Oh, sorry, y'all. My mute didn't work. Pause. Finish a node and then pause. I'll need you guys to head home, grab that lucky coin you should have, and then head to the underground.
How long does it normally take after you buy something from Zeki for it to show up? I knew there was something I meant to do when I got in game this morning and didn't.
Go buy it right now. It'll
Yeah,
start at
that's
6
what I'm doing.
p.m. So you
Okay.
got 2 hours in game before it'll give it to you. But go ahead and do it. Do that.
Okay.
Yeah, 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. is when it gets delivered in game. We're gonna do our lucky coins and our hot pot round, and then we'll take our 10-minute break. When you get to the underground, go ahead and just pop up your inventories so that mods can double check your all scores while we wait for everybody to get down there with their coin. Lindsay, to make this easier for me, will you just let me know individually each mod is ready to go, and then we'll roll out the twist after each mod is good to go with their stones count. So what we're doing now is, you guys will get your lucky coin. And we're going to open up those coins here in a minute. And if in that coin you get a piece of furniture, you get 10 points. If you get a plushie out of your coin, you get 20 points. And then you will do a hot pot round. If you win your hot pot, you will receive 10 points for winning. Then you're going to spin that wheel with those 2 coins you get from winning. If you get deco, you'll get 10 points. If you get a plushie, you get 20 points.
Quick question, I just remembered. I have Zeki balls sitting in my lockbox. Could I just take one of those?
Yeah, you can take one out of that. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Angel. Go ahead and get your box. Did you already get your box? Or you just have your coin?
Oh, just my coin.
All right, go ahead and get your box.
Okay.
And you can open your box when you're ready.
I'll open my box for you. Silver
Thank
bar.
you.
Silver bar does not get you anything. As soon as Hot Pot is available, you can start your Hot Pot game.
Thank you, MJ.
Then when you get to the underground butterfly, go ahead and pull up your inventory so your mod can make sure your points look good.
Phoenix Bard, when I feed you these totals in your DM, it's a grand total. Because of the fact that I have to keep everything in there. But I'll feed them into your DM. I'll leave it up and I'll write it in DM. Whoops, I am unmuted.
So waiting on ChelbyLou's. I think I'm just waiting on my mods to tell me we're good. Shelby's good. All right, Shelby, go ahead and open up your box.
Worms.
Worms. Ouch. All right, you may start your hot pot. Just... Butterfly is good. All right. Go ahead and open up your box, Butterfly.
Pull
Plushie for the win.
Plushie, let's go. GG's, that's 20 points. What plushie did you get? What'd you get?
Butterball.
Oh, cute. All right, go ahead and start your hot pot round. The luck is lucky, I know. All right, and just let me know how y'all are doing those hot pot rounds. When you win or lose. She needs the luck. She did need that for sure.
Hey, Phoenix Bird.
Let's see how these hot pot rounds
You're
go.
learning the Palia things.
At least y'all have interesting, creepy music.
Just need one vegetable.
I need to put these nuts away. I'm just keep munching away. Keep munching away.
Come on, Lello.
After they finish these hot pot rounds,
Sad
we'll
thing
do our
is,
10-minute break.
when we start the next round, I still have to bug hunt.
Should we make her
On a
continue to
completely
bug
different
hunt?
note, I
Or
bought
should we
yesterday the game
let
Farm
her
Together
go?
Hopefully
2.
kill him as my friend.
What do you all
I've been
think?
like
This
thinking
time.
about
What do
it
you
for
think,
a long
chat?
time, and I finally decided to
You
buy
spent
it
a long
yesterday.
time.
Yo, if you want just like a mindless farming
But
game,
I'll
it's
see what you
perfect.
guys think. What do
I
you all
got
think?
lost in
If
that for
anybody
hours,
is looking
just
for the
farming
arcade
shit.
game in the underground,
That's not
It's
on the
not
server
like
I am on, they
crazy.
have it in the underground
It's
shop.
not
I
like a
just like
crazy hard
opened it
game.
back up
You
and
can
grab
just
another one,
mindlessly
y'all
play
see.
it. It's
If you're
literally
not
just
gold broke like
farming
me.
and selling stuff.
Oh, damn. I lost mine.
Ouch. Okay. Just go to the stable of the adventure zone you want to start the next round in. And then you can take a break. I will start my timer as soon as these hot pot rounds are over for the 10-minute break. And our mystery outfit halftime giveaway. Sponsored by J. Allen.
I won my hot pot.
Let's go. All right, spin that wheel. Angel won her hot pot round. Let's see if she gets more points. You got 10 points for winning the hot pot round.
Oh yeah, my favorite firework.
Oh, fireworks. Wah, wah. All right, go ahead and head to your adventure zone. Adventure 1, you start.
As soon as I get there, I'm gonna go to the pate.
What do you all think, chat? Should Butterfly still continue to hunt for that bug, or do we let her off? What do you all say? Yeah.
That was terrifying. I thought I was gonna get stuck inside the Zeki counter for a second because it was like rendering in once I'm running through it.
I should have been a smart aleck and be like, Butterfly Gaming, if you win this hot pot round, you can take the 10 points, or no, because those competitors are not there, so there's no scores. That's why they're there. There's only 3 competitors, so I have them over top of the 2 competitors, and I have me in the middle because I know that I like the big things like to go there. That's why I put them there. It'll change in less than 3 minutes. And it's not hiding any numbers. This is why I have myself in the middle there, because I know sometimes my cat likes to wear big things.
I did not win my hot pot.
No. Alrighty. Well, you know, Butterfly, how about this? We have decided in my chat that we're gonna give you a birthday present, and I think that you've hunted for a starred bug long enough. So
Oh
we're
my god, I love you.
retracting that sabotage. So just go to the
Thank
adventure zone that you want to start, and then take a break. I am gonna start my giveaway. It is a 10-minute break, y'all. 10-minute break, and then we'll be back to start the second half. Exclamation mark mystery as soon as it starts up on my end for the mystery outfit. Again, sponsored by J. Allen 445, one of our community, one of our royal court members over here, who has donated the funds for us to do these mystery outfit giveaways this month. So thank you, and I appreciate it. Timer has started, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Exclamation mark mystery in the chat, y'all. Exclamation mark mystery in the chat. I will be right back. Oh, I'm going to do this, by the way, while we're here. I meant to do this earlier, and I forgot. There you go.
Lending a helping hand, fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better as you tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members.
Alright, I am over where I want to start at. And I shall be right back. I need to go flutter my eyes to my husband and see how much he loves me today.
Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope.
By refreshing the stream, sometimes that works to get that followage to work. A heads up, sometimes you have to just refresh.
Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. In the great Palia we're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. lending a helping hand, fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the
Alright.
rough.
I am back.
Make it count.
I think. Maybe I should empty my bladder before I say that. I'll be back again.
In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause.
I am here, by the way.
Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. In the great Palia charity hunt, we're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand, making a difference, letting in a difference, lending a helping hand.
Alright, now I can officially say I'm back.
It gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up.
We got about 3 more minutes in our break. 3 more minutes.
Charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels.
Just double checking. Angel, you won your hot pot, correct?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, we're going to go ahead and go over scores real quick. We got about a minute and a half before the announcement of the mystery outfit over my end goes off. But for the scores as they are right now, chat has 155 points, y'all. Angel is in the lead with 155 points, tied with chat right now. ChelbyLou at 128, Butterfly at 78. But hopefully, again, we're only halfway there. We're halfway through, so there's still lots of game left. Lots and lots of game left. Looking at silver, gold, and platinum. For silver, our leader is Angel at 69.
Lasher SocLILanGEL has joined the castle.
Shelby at 38. And Butterfly at 30. For gold, our lead is Shelby at 85. Angel at 53. Butterfly at 20. And in platinum, Angel is in the lead with 2. Butterfly's got 1. Shelby has 0. So that's where we're at on all of those. Thank you, Angel, for the resub. I'll get you on a ribbon, a gay ribbon, here in a little bit. All right, our winner is Princess Jen, which was put in for, now I just lost the name. There we go, Tactical Sponge. You have win, exclamation mark, claim, Jen, to claim it before it goes to somebody else, please. There we go. Tactical Sponge. You don't have to do it. It was Jen that had to do it. Just add me in the game behind the lash, spaces between those two, and we'll get you your outfit. Well, actually probably later today. I'll probably get into the game after the event for a little bit, so we'll get that out. Just gotta make sure you add me as a friend, and I'll get you added. All right. Is everybody back? How's everybody feeling?
I am back. And thank you, whoever passed that, or if we're passing that on to Tactical. Tactical is one of my amazing moderators, so that makes me smile.
All right. So we have raised, we're at $3,170 so far for the month. I would love to try to get us to $3,500 today. I don't know if that's gonna be possible, but we'll see. But we're only $30 away from 3,200. So we'll see what we can do for that. All right. If you all are ready, all of y'all I see are at the stables of your adventure zones. So let's get the second half going. Don't forget, when we hit that 3,200, I will release another twist into the game. Have fun and enjoy.
I'm also going to use my last war compass.
Go right ahead.
War compass.
Go right ahead. I'm blaming Lindsay
problem, Panther
for
Girl.
this. By the way, Lindsay, thanks.
I'm running out of
Tactical, you'll have to
Perfect.
show me what you get. When they get that given to you. Post the pixies in Discord.
We're gonna go to Elderwood.
Took the last one out this morning. Yeah, Joe.
don't care, I want it.
You just had to say something about cereal. Now,
New zone.
I think
does
they
not
added a
count.
bunch of flow trees.
I was like, ooh, that
but
sounds
I'm still
good.
gonna-
I see them
And a
everywhere.
mustard
now.
and a mayo
Like,
sandwich.
there's somebody.
Wherever.
Like,
They had
there's
to change, like, the
nobody
spawn on them
here.
or something.
This mayonnaise and bread, I used to do that all the time.
See, there's just 3 or 4 of them right here. It's crazy.
Let's see, where do we want to go?
Tandia Dungy.
It's really loud.
It's all good.
Let's see if we
Was
can get
that
these
a
last.
it's a fresh server, or I should
no.
switch to a fresh server? Even though I just got here.
Oh, like man. Oh, got you like cheese and mayo.
Are we using our compass?
I'm assuming
Okie
that
dokie.
it's a fresh
We'll
server.
use
'Cause
an
I saw
R
a heart.
compass.
Okie dokie.
Gotcha.
We'll use an R compass.
So,
Well, hopefully that
Okie
gives me
dokie.
some luck.
I am honored to do it for charity this year.
Maybe if I'm lucky, get some good pulls in this area.
Yay! Those are courtesy of Madam J,
So far,
being
not finding it.
one of the other amazing moderators to work on things for me while she was taking a few days off of streaming herself.
Another one over there. Blow tree.
Thank you.
Yay!
As soon as we're done with the event, I'll get in and I'll send you that outfit. Alright. Butterfly's got some catching up to do, for sure.
And we put the one that was in Pride colors for the watch time. This way everybody would be able to get the one that was in Pride colors. So...
Alright, y'all. Kenyatta has not twerked in over an hour. No twerking in over an hour, y'all. Let's get her back to twerking. Let's get some donations in. Let's get some sabos, some incentives, or random chaos. Whatever you so choose. Just as long as we're getting some donos in. Or random chaos. Whatever you so choose. Just as long as we're getting some donos in.
Come on, guys, let's get those donos. Even if you can't give a big dono, if you can give a $5
How many
dono,
or compasses
that
do
will
I
still
have
give
back?
you can either incentivize.
Is it one or two? Oh, I'm
or-
using
I think
one.
$5 is the lowest one.
I want to make sure
Before
I use
say
them.
that,
If
Yep.
I have them. Pick up the rocks,
lowest dono
dummy.
is $5. You can either sabotage a streamer, even though I will not be happy if you sabotage your
Oh,
own
fucking
streamer.
just a hurry.
I watched it be done the other night.
Thank you.
So you can sabotage me,
They dropped the knee.
or you can love me.
One more up here.
What the hell was that noise?
Good lord.
I prefer that you love me like Jordy and Tactical and give me incentive. Or sabotage one of the other streamers.
Jasper!
But I did watch the first round as an event mod and watched her community sabotage
How'd that work?
their
Took a
own
drop.
streamer.
Go back.
Oh.
Oh,
Alright, I need.
hold on,
GG.
freeze moment
I
there.
think
Poke
of what to
catches.
get from iron. Got the garnet. Oh, look, a sticker pack. Got the garnet.
Also, my mods that play
I
Palia
need an aquamarine.
are going to get
I know I need an aqua.
a thank you for being here modding today.
What else do I need from
And
iron?
they're going to get to pick out a plushie.
Up
That doesn't have to
Pulaski.
go on the spreadsheet.
Sapphire. aquamarine, a sapphire, and then I gotta go back to Kilma for the emerald.
Tangy a Dungy.
Christ. Scares me every time. It's just so loud.
Stones. Damn. Just started round 3 and I'm already only 3 stones away. That's crazy.
Alright. I'll show Social Angel later, but I got her
Having a
Driven.
fresh server is not
Why
helping
must you
me at
stand
all.
on it? Hit it. Something up here.
Nothing over here. Surprisingly.
Also, y'all, I did see that. We didn't talk about it because of during the break. Thank y'all
Down
for 3,100.
I swear this thing is lying to me. Oh no, it's right here.
That looks interesting, Jen. Very interesting.
Sorry, pile is not over there. You know where the Bahari pile's at? By chance?
Alright, let's go this way. Ooh, a platinum.
Didn't she already get her? No, I guess the other two got their piles, right? Angel hasn't gotten any of her piles yet. Or one of her piles.
4 platinum.
Ooh, get that platinum in there. Ooh, that put her tied. Now she's tied with Angel. There's a tied score.
All the way down there. Okay. Yeah, it's all the way at the bottom of the map. Alright, I'll head over there in a second. Get it.
Got quiet. Very quiet. Oh, y'all, nobody told me that the music was still going. Y'all, can you hear me over that? Should I should probably stop. Someone said anything about the Great Paley Charity Hand song going on. Repeat behind me. You didn't hear music?
Well,
Okay.
cold at least.
It was showing that it was playing, but it was very very low. Did you like that being played during the 10-minute break though?
4 platinum. Four more platinum.
Alright, getting the platinum down, ChelbyLou. And then don't forget also... Great core, okay. Don't forget again, tomorrow, we'll be live again tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for our round number 3. And this round, we have Serenity, we have Coaster, we have Feisty, we have Commander Cole, and we have Shay. It's gonna be a great round. I've been seeing them talk about it. I've been seeing them hyping up their communities for this round.
If anybody wants to donate to the event,
Gonna be
event,
a
give you all the
very,
information.
I think it's gonna be a fun round. I think it might be a spicy round. I don't know if it's gonna be as spicy
Going
as the
gets
first
better.
round, where we had I think it was a total
Some,
of 34
some donos.
points stolen. Always feisty with feisty. Good morning, feisty. But yeah, it was actually, I would say it was 36 points stolen because 34 points were stolen from
The pile.
from a stud to go to Anna Peely,
I hate
and then
that
2
the
points were
big
stolen from
rocks are
Anna to go to Maybe. So a total of 36
Even the
points
white
were
stone.
stolen
I don't want it on there.
in that
only want
round. It was
ores.
the most we've ever had stolen in an event. Speaking of Anna, there is our champion of round 1 right there. Look at Anna. Hello, love.
Pile when I get to that side.
I got turned around.
So, if anybody's wondering what's going on, by the way, and why ShelbyLou is in this game again, this round, unfortunately, we had a no-show, and in order to make this round and event work, we needed at least 3 people. ShelbyLou was awake and up, and she offered to pop in to run this round. So that is why ShelbyLou is doing a second round for us. Because doing only two streamers, not very exciting or fun in the event. So I try not to do 1 with 2. 3 is already cutting it for me. Like 4 or 5 is a sweet spot. Good chaos. Chaos for an amazing cost. That is correct, Anna, right there. It was a great first round. All right, y'all. We are 15 minutes into the second half.
Like hours
again.
Before it goes off, and then can't fall back asleep.
Again, chaos. We have not had any twerking Kenyattas for over an hour. We're only $30 away from 3,200 raised. Come on, y'all. Let's get a little bit of donations. Every little bit counts. Even if it's a $5 Sabo or $5 incentive, giving someone a silver or gold is very beneficial in this event. So check them out. Check out the rewards. And let's get some donations going, y'all. Let's get Kenyatta twerking. Giving someone a silver or gold is very beneficial in this event. So check them out. Check out the rewards. And let's get some donations. I'm going to do a refresh here.
Five more
My ore compass has just ran out. My ore compass has just ran out. My ore compass has just ran out.
Ha! That's funny, Sandra. Oh my gosh. Too funny.
Let's hit the rocks, please.
That might be helpful, ShelbyLou. We've not had any change in any scores so far, y'all. Oh, wait.
Normally I say I don't have when I start a game, but I am not.
Correction there.
Game chat right now.
But you can hear all that craziness because I have them all up. Twerking Kenyatta with some random chaos, y'all. Let's get the wheel up again. 1 is Angel, 2 is Shelby, 3 is Butterfly, 4 and 5 we would Dang.
I just heard something disappear.
It really does not like Streamer 4.
Alright, let's
Try it again. Ooh.
my ore compass ran out. I'm gonna
Alright,
use my
I see
second
this
one.
compass
Ran out.
coming
I'm
in.
gonna use my second one.
Before you use that, you might want to hunt first. Everybody, all three of you all need to stop what you're doing and hunt an animal.
There are no animals over here. Let's go find one.
We have horses as mounts,
Let's
and
see.
this last update gave us
I have
Nerf
killed
rocks
me a deer.
as a mount.
Okay.
I have killed me a deer. I have killed me a deer.
Cernic has been hunted.
Thank you kindly, y'all.
Cernic has been hunted.
I got a tree puppy.
All right, perfect. ChelbyLou, I need one more
got
thing from
a
you. Random Chaos has decided it's given out enough,
I need one more thing
and it
from
thinks that you need to go repair your tools. So I need you to go repair your tools, ChelbyLou. And it thinks that you need to go repair your tools. So I need you to go repair your tools, ChelbyLou.
well.
Butterfly Gaming, you can use your horse, you can use slime potions, and you got yourself an ore compass. You can use slime potions, and you got yourself an ore compass.
Thank you very much.
With a note saying, happy birthday, these are all for you.
Thank you very much.
With a note saying, happy birthday, these are all for you. Hi, Amelia. Good morning. Sorry, Jasper. Let's go. With that, we have now raised over $3,260 now. So I'm going to release another twist. Let me see what we're going to do. Now. So I'm going to release another twist. Let me see what we're going to do.
Tools have been repaired. Alright.
Thank you kindly.
Tools have been repaired.
Thank you kindly.
Back to Elderwood.
Let's do the Elderwood pile. You get to pick one pile. Let's do the whenever you get a chance. You get to pick one if pile. You get a war-torn item, whenever you get a chance. That's 10 points. If you get a war-torn If that war-torn item is the mermaid, you get an extra 20 points. If that war-torn item is the mermaid, you get an extra 20 points.
Okay. When we get to a tour
Get
board,
yeeted again.
get that, get it done.
Well, I guess we'll go to this one. I am at an Elderwood pile.
Go ahead.
I am at an Elderwood pile.
Go ahead.
Ancient machine.
Wah, wah, wah.
Ancient machine. I'm gonna use my ore compass now.
Perfect. Go right ahead.
I'm gonna use my ore compass now.
Perfect. Perfect. Go right ahead. All right, y'all. So now we're at 3260. Will we get to that 3,500? That is my goal for today. That's where I would like to get is 3,500.
Come on.
Guys, I can't say this enough, and it's not because of the dono she did to give me some things in the game. Make sure that you go less on Feisty tomorrow.
I'm headed towards the regular pile since I haven't done that yet.
Hyper
Perfect.
up.
Thank you.
And
I
I
found
found
it.
the regular pile since I haven't done that yet.
Go right ahead. Perfect.
Dragon's beard.
Giant's beard is something
And I found
rare. GG's. Angel got 20 points.
Dragon's beard.
Giant's beard is something rare. GG's. Angel
Woo!
got 20 points.
I'm good. I had my anxiety panic moment,
Makes up for the plush I didn't get. During hot
and I know I have caffeine coming.
Someone
My
should
hubby
let her
was
know
getting
that she does
dressed
not
to
get
go get
any
it.
stones needed from
We're okay.
Jade. So unless she's just wanting it for the Jade, she can pass right past all of the Jade.
Alright, we're going this way. I'm tired of fighting with it.
We are gonna run through the mines.
One of these days, I'll have Madrina's money.
Platinum?
And then I won't have to worry about having money for a monster.
3 more platinum.
Shelby over here just collecting this platinum, getting a good lead in the platinum.
Climb is the thing. Why are we dumb today? More platinum.
I know. It's just a habit.
1 more. Alright, let's see.
Collecting all that
I
platinum.
was hoping there would have been a gold note or 2 in here, but
Now you want to climb.
of course not.
Off the wall.
We're hitting our load time issue now. I'll refresh them all.
It's better than when I threw my stuff into Bahari and I was picking up Sweet Leaf while trying to mine. I know it just says plushie, but it is a plushie set.
My stream
This
deck's
was
not
Yeah,
wanting
I'm
to work
saying.
anymore.
Like shit,
unlocked
the last
Or
one
because
maybe
had
it
gold
does.
I
every.
made my goals.
Oh. Lagging.
Everywhere, and this one is just like, nah.
Subs, bits, and donos to charity. So,
Amelia, hello.
I do not want to
Thank you for the
work
head pats.
Stream Deck.
I'm not currently using my model, but
Ooh, look who's first.
Hello, Amelia.
ChelbyLou, how are you? Got a lot of work to do now.
Can't get.
let me finish this area.
Alright, there we go. I think we are.
Aquamarine. See, the threat is real. The threat of leaving.
Stream Deck.
Another aquamarine.
Thank you. Just Stream Deck, just being a Stream Deck today.
I got a set tree. I'm just filling in.
Overwork.
I just jumped in to help, so there was not just 2 people competing. Because I was close to being ready anyway, so... And I was sitting here. It was a bit of a messy start, but... I don't get up this early, so... Well, thank you, bouncy thing. I wasn't trying to hit you, but okay.
Going out.
Alright.
I said I didn't
Sometimes
want you
just
to cook me
wants to
anything.
be a little
I
slow.
just want you to go get me a monster.
All good.
Elderwood. I'm going back out into the other map.
I think I just got my
need to
rainbow.
find one of the elderwood piles.
What?
And now it's
I
good
will
girl.
make
I remembered
sure
to
Lindsay
post
double
in your
checks that, and
Discord
I will
when
let
I
you
was
know.
going live, Feisty.
I
You know,
am
amongst my
jealous
mechanics
because I have
of,
not
hurry
got a
up,
rainbow
I need to get
kitsu
things ready and get
naturally
in voice chat.
yet.
No, no rainbow kitsu. My rainbow set. I think I just got my
oh.
rainbow.
Well,
All
Yeah,
right,
I'm
it's
jealous
been
of that, too.
confirmed. GG, ShelbyLou
What?
on your
I will
rainbow
make
set.
sure
Lindsay double checks that, and I will let you know.
I am jealous because I have not got a rainbow kitsu naturally yet.
That's
No,
a
no rainbow
20
kitsu.
point.
My rainbow set.
Oh. Damn, I'm
All
jealous
right,
of
it's
that.
been GG, ShelbyLou on your rainbow set. You need to do a refresh again. On.
Thank you.
That's a 20 points.
Alright. There's a wall there, right? There's nothing over there. Oh no, there's a...
That put her in the lead. Put her in the lead.
Oh, big rock.
Still a lot of points away from the current high score. Again, exclamation mark charity rank will let you know who our top 5 competitors are. That'll let you know all month long. I'll be updating it after each round, so you all can see where everybody stands. Of course, right now it's all of the people from last round, because, you know, 5 streamers. And as of right now, Angel and, well, and I don't know, we're gonna figure out what we're doing about ShelbyLou.
I'm just about at Elderwood Pile.
And the roll, so we'll figure that out.
I'm just about at Elderwood Pile.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
War-torn horn.
Alright, Worn Torn does give you 10 points, but you do not get the extra 20 point bonus of it being a mermaid. But you got 10 points.
I'll take it.
We'll have to figure out what we're gonna do about it, but just like Shelby did already compete, but we just needed somebody because we couldn't do this event with just 2 people. So we'll figure out what we're gonna do about that. If ShelbyLou beats that 243, I don't see. Well, I mean, I don't know, right? We don't know. We'll see. We'll see what our game plan is. I'll check with the other admins and figure out what we want to do about that. Hey, Boo, how are you doing, love? Welcome in.
I am at my Elderwood pile.
Go ahead.
My Elderwood pile.
Go ahead.
Umbrian painting.
Wah, wah, wah.
Umbrian painting.
All right, y'all. If we get $40 more in to get us to 30, all right, y'all. If we get $40 more in to get us to 3,200, no, 3,300. My bad, 3,300. I will release another twist in the game to try to get some more points going. Let's go.
I am 3 points behind.
Whoops. No, that was a twist.
Yeah, I did that
was put
feisty.
in
We did that
for us.
2 years. Last
we had
year
to
I
do.
had that set up too, I think.
Get some random
For the leaderboard, but this year obviously it's a little more important, right? So we can know who that top 5 is for that championship round. And also, the grand championship trophy will be here Monday, so I will be showing it off on stream during the June 11th round. So make sure if you all want to see what that grand championship trophy looks like, you'll be able to see it then. So let me double check that. Let me check on
Can't
the
believe
tracking
they
of that,
got the
just in case it might
the
be,
freaking rainbow set
it
already.
might have changed, right? I
Thank
think a little
you
earlier.
for the follow.
Pass the rock.
Oh, more platinum.
GP's trophy. Here it is. I was like, where did the code go? Copy.
Rock lobster.
UPS.
4 more platinum.
Tracking. Put the code in here. It's out for delivery.
There's nothing here.
What am I gonna do with you guys?
Use you. Let me up, please. Feisty, hello. Oh, you know, just trying to get a sapphire. Having really bad luck.
It says out for delivery right now.
Let's go this way.
My last
What the
server I
heck
was
did you
in
guys
was
all
Terrible.
eat that you are so gassy in stream today?
How are you doing?
So, I guess we'll be showing it off tomorrow.
Better if I wasn't having.
I doubt it'll get here before the end of the stream.
It happens.
So we'll be showing it off tomorrow.
Yeah, right. I managed 2 aquamarines from the last server when I threatened the server to leave. I said I'm gonna leave and go to Elderwoods, and then dropped 2 aquamarines.
I have not gotten any other kitsus in.
Yeah?
I literally wanted the aqua and emerald to do my.
Still limbo. Rude. Speaking of books, y'all,
in the wild.
exclamation
I have
mark,
is from somebody else.
author Lindsay,
I would say so.
and get your guys' books
I've got
that
to grab
Lindsay
a slime
wrote
potion. I think I have a
and
slime
published.
potion.
I finished one of them, The Bodyguard, was fantastic. I'm ready to sit down with Lindsay and write a movie script and start
because when we come
getting
back,
people
I
and
will
start
take
movie.
advantage of my slime
Because I
potion
think it'd make a great movie.
and my orc compass and do
and then I'm ready to start the Hellhounds, which just a
One
hint
more
on
platform.
it, on the back of it, on the blind, it says 1, which usually you only put a 1 on a book when there's multiple of them. So more to come, and I'm excited.
Oh, this is not where I want to be.
Excited.
Is this where I want to be? No, I want to be in the lower one. I already went
My
over
stream
there.
deck just does not like me today, y'all. Like, it wants to work once and then not work at all.
This is where I want to be. This will work.
Doesn't even want to pop up on my computer.
Running through
There's nothing over
Come on, stream deck. What are you doing?
Jesus Christ, I only want 1 right now. Put these in the
Marika,
fridge.
put this down.
Thank you.
I seen you back
Marika,
here,
put
Rock.
this down.
Hello? Not trying to climb that.
Alright. Because it just has its little moment, its little pause moment. Also, if y'all have not checked out my TikTok, I've been posting TikTok videos. I've been posting a daily video about an LGBTQI plus icon and trailblazer. So check out my TikTok. I've also been posting videos about these charity events And each day I've been posting, or, you know, each events I'll be posting on TikTok. How's this? How's... Yay! You got it! The new badge! Let's go! Let's go! It looks so good! The Great Palia Charity... Well, it just says Great Palia Charity Hunt because it wouldn't let me put all of it. So it had to just be Great Palia Charity Hunt. Yay! I love it! I love it.
I went up the wrong spot. Oh no, that's not where I wanted to go anyway.
Jen is crazy, y'all. Jen, we were talking about cereal, and then she found these little... I need a spoon. Oh, yeah, you're right. I forgot it's over there. And so she found these, like, tres leches cereal, or cereal tres leches, and she ordered them. I love it. I love it. Right? So there's the new badge, y'all. If y'all are wondering what it looks like, again, all you have to do is watch 8 hours of my stream sometime this month, and you'll get your own Great Palia
really
Charity
was
Hunt
nothing over
or
here.
badge. There's also, if you do 2 gifted subs within this month, you will get a crown, which is called the Pride Gifter Badge, is what I called it. Pride Month Sub Gifter. All you have to do is gift 2 subs to get it. Spoon is back here. Let's try this. Watch time on the badge. It's 8 hours. 8 hours. This is your all's 20-minute warning. 20 minutes left in the hour. Y'all, can we get $40 more to get us to 3,300 before the end of the hour? This is your all's 20-minute warning. 20 minutes left in the hour. Y'all, can we get $40 more to get us to 3,300 before the end of the hour? I hate what you
And he got me a
Like, it happened around this time during the event last time, too. I would say it's probably the multi-tabs, especially considering there are multiple streamers that were doing creator badges spicy, and I think maybe because there was multiple of them that it took a moment to like you're only able to do one. I don't know what's going on, y'all, with my stream. Refreshing to see if the refresh will work.
I don't think there's anything ever behind the waterfall.
And so maybe that's why it's just like drops, right? Like you can't be 2 streams getting double up on drops, so it's reading you in one or the other. I'm just guessing. You know, we don't know, right?
Box out of in the shape of a butterfly instead of
An amethyst.
the 5 that it was in from when we did my affiliate celebration.
Butterfly Gaming, you just got gifted a piece of silver. Butterfly Gaming, you just got gifted a piece of silver.
Thank you, coupon.
Time to go to the other side, Bahari.
Don't forget exclamation mark plush in chat for my Palia players. This is a plushie set giveaway. I know it just says plushie, but it's a set. I just didn't have time to change the wording. When I run these, I have my wonderful mod team. Ooh, excuse me. Look, I need all the plushies now too because I filled that butterfly yesterday, and now my sets are depleting. I still need to make a burp command for you guys over here.
Let's see anything. Here's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it tastes like a Tres Leche cake. It's a little on a dry side for a Tres Leche cake.
There's not much over here.
But it tastes like a Tres Leche cake.
Let's go this way.
It's like eating a bowl of Fruit Loops. I don't know if I'll go that far with it, but...
Hello, mushrooms. That sound like horses.
All right, y'all, 15 minutes. 15 minutes left. We got $35 away. 35 away from 3,300. $35 away. 35 away from 3,300.
Trading is how I had the sets that I had to fill my blind boxes for today.
Nice. Look at you with the plushie luck today.
But just like Feisty, I really will never ask for plushie donations, but if somebody offers, I will take them. Because they all go back into the community.
Oops, wrong button. That button. I have to manually hit these buttons now. Angel got quiet. Is Angel, like, focused right now? $35 more, y'all. $35 more to get to 3,300.
Oh, look, another sticker pack that I can't do anything with. Woo! Rawr, 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 rawr.
Do I have any more? Oh, yeah. I'm back here. Sweet.
They gotta go sell some stuff as well.
Going for 69 for all the ores. I mean, that's gonna be really rough for the platinum, but a lot. Oh yeah, Angel. Angel's. I mean, she needs to work on that platinum to get it right.
Ploosh.
I already made a comment about her getting 69. The other one. I was like, "Who's Angie?" I thought maybe like you like outed whoever outed Butterfly Card and Gaming because I was like, I don't know what her real name is. So I was like, oh, feel really confused.
I feel like I'm slowly losing the lead if I haven't already, just because I'm not getting anything.
Yes, I understand it says angle, but from the angle that I was looking at it, it looked like Angie. Okay. My buttons just don't want to work today, and it's kind of frustrating me. Alright, y'all. 11 minutes left in this hour.
It's not where I want to be. Where do I want to be? Through this cave. Got it. I'm scaring all the mushrooms.
Remember, the score to beat right now, to be the overall top score,
Get off the wall.
is 258. 258 is the top score at this current moment.
This is the direction we need to go. Back there.
Less than 10 minutes left in the hour. Less than 10 minutes left. Come on, y'all. Somebody can do random chaos and give out a silver or gold piece. Come on, y'all. Somebody can do let's get us to 3,300. 10 hours or 10 minutes left in this hour. 3,300. 10 hours or 10 minutes left in this hour.
No. Okay. Well, I guess we'll go out this way. Out in here? Yes. This is the direction I want to be.
Ah. Well, I lied. Don't give me no
Of course I
platinum.
land in the slime.
That's the downside.
The community that I have
Somebody
grown.
else using an ore compass is they go get platinum.
And
But that's okay.
the few others that I have been around lately. Because it has helped me through a lot of days that I felt low spoons, and it has actually brought me out of the low spoon mode. A good
This is
chunk lately.
ridiculous.
Oh yay, there you go, Panther Girl. You got one of your
sales. I have a text from my brother that I love you too, Feisty. Because I know you know what I mean by which community I've been around a lot lately that has definitely
Hello, random cat.
pulled me out of a lot of.
Don't add 10 hours, I know, right?
By the 2-year lease, I need to use the big girl potty. She not potty trained yet.
Oh, Kara. Hey, Feisty, that also got you a badge. Cause we have badges today. Or at least they should have given you a badge. There's one for watch time and one for subs.
Close match right now between Shelby and Angel.
You got one of my first badges.
For a little bit. Because
I had cleared out some of my
trash.
Well, now
my
we're back to
first
nothing
badges
again.
a few months ago because people hadn't been around him forever. No, there's one for either
Trash, I
subbing
tell
to
you,
the channel
trash.
or
This is
gifting
big
a
ass
sub. I made mine to just one sub
Hi, lamb.
because baby streamer. And then there's one for 3 hours of watch time.
I had 4 in
Both
it.
badges will stay active until Tuesday at 11 p.m. Eastern. Because I do have some regulars that I didn't want them to miss out on the watch badge if they didn't make it in for the full 3 hours. They get it today. And I will roll that giveaway when we take our 10-minute break and somebody press buttons. And Fishy is about to tell on them.
Oh, there's a big gold right there.
Coupon.
Get off of it.
Thank you.
Five minutes left. 5 minutes left in this hour.
13
5
golds.
minutes.
Sheesh. I feel like the
5 minutes left. 5 minutes left in this hour. 5 minutes.
I feel like the drop ratio of the golds versus like the silver and platinum is really bad.
And now we got a flip-flop here because of that gold change. That gold changeover to Angel being the leading
I feel
gold.
like gold has the best
Just
drop
switch
ratio.
them,
and then
placement.
silver, and then platinum is just trash.
I'm trying to get those star stones.
In the lead. Oh boy.
Guys, we are 62% of a choo-choo. This will be the second choo-choo of the day.
I'm gonna lose the gold lead in a second because I'm gonna go to Killima.
That don't give me some. Okay. Stop going for the things that don't give me some.
I'm really just trying to get that stupid sapphire.
I stopped going to Bahari for sapphires, y'all. If I'm going for a sapphire, I'm gonna go to Royal Highlands.
Okay,
that's where I've been finding all my sapphires now.
When we get our 10-minute break in between after I
Not a
give
10-minute
you
break,
the
love.
Behind a couple, they might flip back over
step
here.
away for a short moment.
Especially when
and
they
make
have
the
the
hubby a
lead in
sandwich
platinum, and that's not
because
gonna change
he just
probably.
took his meds.
I'm not gonna go for that.
Not supposed to be that long of a break below, but we'll make do if we need to.
probably not what you wanted me to hydrate with, but I hydrated.
Watch where you're throwing them trees. It's alright, I'm gonna go home and sell my stuff anyway. There.
2-minute warning. 2 minutes left in this hour. 2 minutes left. 2-minute warning. 2 minutes left in this minutes left hour. 2 minutes left. I wonder if that's blocking that.
Wait for the stupid horn.
Oh, I so badly need these.
What do y'all do with your artifacts that you have? Because I have so many just taking up space in my inventory and it's pissing me off a little bit.
Normally there's stuff over there. Oh well. Where's it just? Alright.
If you're hitting a node, finish that node and then pause. Pull up your inventories so that mods can double check their scores. Alright, y'all. We got 1 hour left. 1 hour left. Don't forget, this last hour, we will do another short break at the 30-minute mark, just so that we can get one final look at the scores, make sure everything is good to go, and then at that time, all timed sabotages and incentives will be ending. Regular sabotages, all of the other incentives will be active for that last 30 minutes. When we get to 10 minutes till, that's when all sabotages will end, and just the incentives will be left over at that time. I'm just going to wait for mods to let me know we are good, so I go over scores. You said you need to go do something, Butterfly. Go ahead and do it now. This is not a full 10-minute break, but whatever you got to do, go ahead and get it done. And then we'll react when we get it. I know you said you needed to do something real quick.
Yeah, I just need to feed these numbers to my mod slash event mod because they're not a Palia player, so I'm feeding them to them in a DM real quick, and then I'll go. If any expired, those should be correct. All right, I'll be back.
Everyone else is gone. Don't forget, guys, again, tomorrow we have another round. Tomorrow, tomorrow the 6th is the day. At 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Again, we've got Serenity versus Coaster versus Feisty versus Commander Cole versus Shay. It's going to be an amazing round. Make sure you guys come back to us tomorrow at 4 p.m. Also, if you guys want to support the Great Palia Charity Hunt and help with every month we do this event and we do the mystery outfit giveaways, we do the trophies. It comes out of my pocket on a normal time. Obviously, this month we got lucky and we had Elder Gay Guy sponsor the trophies. We had Princess Jen sponsor the mystery outfits. And also a big shout out to Vanilla Crafting, aka ChelbyLou, for the design work and actually creating the trophies. And obviously giving us a really good deal on the trophies because I know she could be charging us so much more if she wanted to for them. So I do appreciate all three of those lovely people. But if you guys want to help sponsor and help support me getting these things going, you all can buy merch. We do have Great Palia Charity Hunt merch. Exclamation mark charity merch in my chat will get you 2 links. One link is Bonfire. On there, you can get some really good t-shirts, hoodies. They've got some, black tie-dye hoodies, or t-shirts. We've got tank tops, all that in Bonfire. And then the other link is to my 4th wall, which is my personal shop. On there we have mugs, t-shirt, or no t-shirts, I think, just mugs, travel mugs, regular mugs. There's a canvas on there. There might be some stickers as well on there that you all can get to help support the Great Palia Charity Hunt. So make sure you guys check out the merch. Get the merch if you all can. That's a good way of doing that. Are Armand's good? So I know when she gets back, we can go right into the scores. Thank you. I appreciate it. One hour left, y'all, this round. We do have other rounds, multiple rounds going on. You can see that in the top corner there. So after the 6th, we have one on the 11th. That round, by the way, I have been told It Gets Better is going to be featuring that round on their page. Me too, ChelbyLou, me too. So we have that round there. Then we have a round on the 13th and the 14th. And then we have a long break because I am actually going to be out of town. I'll be heading to Reno to go bowl at Open Nationals for bowling. So I'll be gone that whole weekend. And then when we get back, we have one on the 25th. We have a doubleheader on the 27th at 8 a.m. and then 4 p.m. as well. That one's going to be a really long day for me, but we're going to make it work. And then the 29th will be our final round with all of the contestants. And then I'll be closing the month out on the 30th, trying to beat whoever had the top score. And then on July 18th, we will be having our top 5 from the month competing for the Grand Championship round. We talked about this in my stream, but overall for everybody to know, the Grand Championship trophy is out for delivery today. So I should get it sometime today, which means I will be showing it off tomorrow during tomorrow's charity event. So y'all want to hop in, y'all can see what that trophy looks like. This is what the individual round trophies will look like. For the most part, we've added a little bit. It'll say presented by behind the last streaming down here on the rim. And then on the back, it'll have the streamer's name, what round they won, Then it'll say Pride 2026, and then it'll say It Gets Better at the bottom row. So 4 rows there as well. But these will be the trophies that each streamer from each round will win for winning their round. We are also going to be giving away some special awards, so you'll want to be out there July 18th. During that round, I will be announcing some specialty awards to give out about the Great Palia Charity Hunt. I'm excited for those trophies because those will also be here sometime today because they've been sent out at the same time or in the same box. So I'm excited to see what those look like. But you all won't get to see those until then, I think. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe y'all might be able to convince me to show you what the specialty trophies look like. All right, are we ready? Are you back, girlfriend?
I am back. I just need a quick second. I had a giveaway I had to roll, and I just want to kick off my next one, and then I'll be good.
Well, you get that done. I'll be talking about the scores. So right now in our scores, Angel is in the lead at 203. ChelbyLou at 195. Butterfly Gaming coming up behind at 87 points. The ore counter, how those are looking right now. For silver, Angel's in the lead at 69. Shelby's in second with 38. Butterfly at 31. For gold, Angel's in the lead with 88. ChelbyLou close by with 85. Butterfly with 31. For platinum, ChelbyLou is in the lead. Me trying to combine words here. ChelbyLou in the lead with 33. Angel's got 2. And Butterfly has 1. All right. Any questions, comments, or concerns before we get into our last hour?
No.
Nope, I'm good.
All right. We all ready? Y'all may begin. Hey, y'all, we are kicking off our last hour. Last hour left of the round. Ooh. Lindsay, I'm half tempted to request off the 26th and the 27th. But that's going to be really sucky because that means I only have... That will give me only... 2 days, 3 days that week, work-wise, and then missing a whole week the next... all but 1 day the week before. I don't know. I don't know if I can do that. I'm the one that did the doubleheader. I did that to
All right,
myself.
quick question because my brain is already forgot. I know I have a slime potion, but did I have anything else left incentive-wise besides my horsey?
I don't think so. I think you used your compass, but let me double check.
Yep. Okay.
Let me make sure. No, it looks like you have 1 more ore compass left.
Okay, when I get over there, I'll do that, but I'll let you know when I'm over there.
Perfect. Thank you. We're in danger. I know.
Silver.
Alright, we know.
I mean, at least I don't have to go into work, right? Like I took that night off, so I can sleep good that night after we're done.
Here.
But it will mean that I will be.
No.
I'll be up for 24 hours because of work. Like going to work and working, coming home, starting the 8 a.m. stream.
Yeah, I just couldn't remember if I had
I
used
might try to take a quick
brain
cat nap in between and just make sure Jen's home and wakes me up. So like as soon as the stream ends, I will set up the stream for the next round and then go take a nap.
If anybody knows me and is logged into Palia and has a slime potion and can fill my
Get
slime
I think I
out
might
the
do that.
way,
that would be
Sir
great. Because I don't
I
have
know I
enough.
need to rearrange.
Yeah, but I don't think I like.
Okay,
I would
okay.
rather be off the night after than not
Thank you,
on
I love
the
you.
night before. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather be tired here while I'm active doing things than to be tired at work not doing anything.
I made sure I had compasses and repair kits on me. That was it.
You better not be minding my rocks over here, Miss
The
Sparrow.
Banshee beetles.
Like I said, I can take a cat nap in
Remind me of how
between.
my
I mean, we are
There's a garnet.
gonna be done about
My little brother
1:30ish
used to imitate cat
here, and I
hissing
feel like
noises.
we've taken a. This has been taking longer than a normal round.
Alright, I am going
So-
to use my slime potion and my ore compass. Alright,
Now, if
I
they
am
give me
going
something
to use
other
my
reasons
slime
why you
potion
don't
and
Thank you.
my ore potion and my ore
I'm sorry,
Thank you. This is not the 20th. This is the 27th. I won't be here on the 20th. I am out of town that weekend. I won't even be here. I'll be in Reno.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, 27th.
You're up there, aren't you?
15 minutes. I didn't have
On the 20th? Yeah,
Discord
you'll be
in
at a concert.
I had it in my ears. I didn't have it on the stream. It was a mess at the beginning because I was not prepared.
And
But
I didn't
we made it through, and we've gotten this far, and we are 8 points behind the lead.
8 points.
So,
But
let's see what we can
so yeah,
do.
I think it's just gonna be better that way. If I just give up the day, I would give up the day. But like I said, I've given up enough already this month.
But yeah, this was not planned at all.
But you know, after all this BS I'm dealing with them, I don't even know. Maybe I might not even
I
have a
only
job
offered
when
to
I
help
get
because
back
there was
from
only 2
Reno.
people if I didn't. So
So that could be also a thing, right?
you should if you want to. You know I'd support you. Alright, we're going up here. We're going to do our normal routes. We have an
Checking on
Come
Angel.
on, Emerald.
Checking
The faster
in.
I get the emerald, the faster I can keep up with gold.
Let's see. Angel just needs a sapphire and the emerald. Okay. Okay.
Oh, more silver.
Phone.
Alright, let's... Is there one over there? There's not.
Alright, y'all. Again, we
need the
only
green
need $35 for the 300. I'm gonna let them know. All right, y'all. Again,
All right,
we have
come on,
been
game.
very quiet. We're only $35 away from that 3,300. 35 more dollars. Can we get that 35, please? Let's get us the 3,300 today, y'all. Can we get that 35, please? Let's get us the 3,300 today, y'all.
This is what I want. $4 gold.
Go. That gold that will
Well,
change
not
things
what I want.
around
You are
again.
great.
And that 4 gold gets added.
Hello, all the
Look
bugs.
at that. 1 point difference now.
Citrine.
Between Angel
That is great. I don't want that.
and ChelbyLou. Oh, never mind. 2 points now, because...
No!
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No!
Citrine.
Whoever's mining this ore, I'm coming for you. Stealing all my ore. Dirty thief. Stay away from my...
I'm surprised she hasn't, like... I don't know. Well, she's trying to get that emerald, right? Trying to get that emerald. That's what she's doing. To get that rainbow set. She needs the emerald and she needs a sapphire. Do a reset here.
The amount of just
Oh, would you-
regular stone that I'm coming across is atrocious. This is when you could give me a salvo of stone only, because sheesh, that's all I'm getting anyway.
Come on, game.
That's an interesting place for an ore. Or a rock.
I am currently in the lead. Because I got my gold back.
I just need a stinky emerald.
But I'm only in the lead by 3 points, so...
The stinkiest of emeralds.
It's been really close. It's been bouncing back and forth.
Oh, look, more silver.
And when we're all looking for the same ores,
Stop giving me silver and give me an emerald instead.
like
Sheesh.
the gold, platinum, and silver, it can be... Here's another gold.
Alright, building up that
Still more
gold.
gold. Alright, let's... Oh, is there something down here? Can't remember if there are stones down here. Yes, there are. Okay, we're gonna go this way. And then over to Royal Highlands, and then we'll make the rounds again.
Excuse me, chat.
No.
My favorite
We're all over
chat
the
in the
place.
whole wide world. You think you guys could
One's in Killamore,
maybe
one's
donate
in
$35 to
Elderwood. And I just left
It gets better,
Elderwood, I was
possibly,
there
maybe.
earlier.
I'd love you
I've been
forever.
everywhere but Bahari. Because I don't like... Oh, starred garnet.
And if you don't donate, I'll
I don't
still
like,
love you, but
mining
I
in
know
Bahari.
more
Part of
than
my
you do.
anxiety has gotten the better of me for today, but we have
Angel
raised
lost
some money.
points here, and I'm trying to figure out where she lost. Oh.
We've had choo-choo trains
Butterfly
today.
took that platinum away.
think
Took the
I'm
second
going
place in
right.
platinum away. Butterfly
Sort of.
did. Which brought Angel
We've
back
got
down
more
again.
followers today. We've gotten
Again, guys, we're only $35 away from 3,300. If we hit that, I will release another twist into the game. More chances to get more points for your streamers. Let's get it going.
Hunting grounds. No, it's actually, we shouldn't be in the same server. Because then we're fighting for the same rocks.
And then when I get home.
So this is the new area.
When I get home, I get to go spend the rest of my night.
That we're still learning, but I tend to prefer to be here in Killua.
Star quartz.
There is a new starstone in the green stuff, but it doesn't count for this, so we're not mining them. And nothing else comes out of it.
I don't get to do today because I can guarantee
I go back and forth.
Love in my channel and love to the charity.
I tend to play for updates
every giveaway that I
because
had
more people were playing.
So whatever giveaways we don't get to today, I will do on my next stream.
Wait, what now?
Which that includes 2 mystery outfit giveaways.
Holy shit, the wedding is not yet.
Oh.
15 more minutes of time to sabotages and incentives. You want to ground somebody, you want to send somebody to a different plot or different adventure zone. If you need an ore compass, any of those, you better get them in now. You got 15 more minutes to get those in. You got 15 more minutes to get those in.
Horsey.
Don't try to eat an aquamarine. That does not work.
Remember to use it.
ChelbyLou, you cannot eat the stones. It does not work that way. It does not produce more of them. It does not produce more of them.
But I'm a dragon. No, I just hoard them. No, I just hoard them. But I'm a dragon. I just hoard them.
They aren't handy. I mean, out of all of them, I guess the aquamarine is the closest to the, like, the candies that we got, right? At least the shape is close to a candy shape.
But they look like candy. But they look like candy. But they look like candy. But they look like candy.
Brain cells. Brain cells, ChelbyLou. I literally just said that before you did. Brain cells, ChelbyLou. I literally just said that before you did.
I have your stream muted, so I didn't hear you. I have your stream muted, so I didn't hear you. I have your stream muted, so I didn't hear you.
Right. But Lizzie will say that for anything. It looks like food. And this looks like food. Let me see if this is food. Is this food?
Yeah, just checking on some messages since downside to having to be a boss. Making sure. Big silver.
Oh.
Oh, excuse me.
Bye, screaming kitties.
Five-point difference, y'all. It's a 5-point difference.
Why is there nothing out here?
Right? Eat anything and everything.
88 silver and 88 gold. Yeah. I just need an emerald. quartz.
Okay.
This way?
Let's
Question mark?
head
Who would eat
back
Palia
to
raw?
our thing and go back to
Citrine.
Ooh, that's the train. Gonna put there at what, 3-point difference, I think, when it gets put into the system.
Central Stables. I knew what I was trying to say, but my brain was like,
4-point difference.
word.
Yep. Me and
Where's
Horsey
the
don't get along
car?
to that spot. Alright. I know there's a repair station here. Beep.
Not very smart. Not very smart at all.
Yes. I don't have the brain cell.
See more silver.
I don't know who has it. I haven't had it for a while.
Where?
Lindsay, do you have the brain cell? Because I don't know if I've got it.
You tell me there's one around here. I can't find it.
Fine.
Might be the one with the... I gotta edit. I just remembered. I gotta edit a video before I go to bed too, because I need to make sure that I have tomorrow's video ready to go for in the morning.
I normally don't sleep until like 8 a.m.
Or compass is done. Or compass is done.
Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly.
Up. After the event is
Citrine.
over, I will not be staying on stream, so I gotta try and figure out why my stuff's not connecting properly. And see if I can get it fixed.
Garnet.
So I will be
4-point
ending
difference
stream
right
after
now.
the event. To try and figure that out.
I don't have any.
10 minutes left of time sabotages and incentives. 10 minutes left
time
to get your time sabotages and incentives in. To get your time sabotages and incentives in.
Another garnet. That was 3 garnets in a row.
Getting those points.
I do not have any demon spawn, except my cat. She's kind of a demon. She's a void demon.
Low key.
Who's probably currently taking over my bed because I'm not in it. Or she's in the window. She was bothering me earlier.
I think I might have to restart my computer and the phone I'm using to see if it'll resync.
Which is fine.
Fluffing. My next step.
I mean, I sort of named mine Loki, so she was bound to be a demon, right?
Sure was.
Another garnet.
You're just
Aaron Jesus hates me. Doesn't want to give me an emerald.
Can't tell if you are. No, you're just down. Just down.
Is it helpful that I call them out?
Iron
I will do it anyway, because I do it when I'm playing by myself, but...
Does not want to take me to Oz.
Big old gold.
Known as RNG's.
14 gold and an aquamarine.
Wow. Jesus Christ, ChelbyLou. Getting that gold build up. Well, Angel's still over here trying to get that emerald.
Funds to do so and knows me enough to gift
we
me
just
an
have
ore
animals
compass
here.
again. You don't have long left to do it. If not, it's okay. I am not asking you to do it. I'm just reminding you.
Garbage rocks.
Time for timed. Incentives is almost up.
105 gold. Would you go up there where I
Ooh,
want
excuse
you?
me.
Alright. Back to mining.
This is just getting sad now.
We only have animals. We have a lot of animals. We have 5 cats.
Good morning, Kathy.
2 dogs and a turtle. And
And
brothers. But
I'm just gonna say that
supposedly
looks
one
so
else doesn't
good.
count them.
And then Jen, I noticed Jen's got the
Nothing
the other badge, the Pride Month sub gifter badge. Jen's got hers, got it on.
Definitely.
And then the Great Palia Charity Hub badge looks so good.
It's lagging a
Super
little.
happy
With
with
my
it.
siblings. Well, hello, fancy cat.
We had a no-show, Kathy.
Magic cat. That's what I was trying to say. But my
Chevy
brain...
Lou stepped in to help
Darn it.
Pete, so
My
we
brain
had
came up with other
3
words.
predators.
So it's now a fancy cat.
Yeah.
Cheese out of a rock. Alright. We are going over here.
Don't worry, Choppa. You are safe from me right now.
Excuse me. Stop mining my rocks. I know it's you. Keep finding you everywhere.
He's out of rock is funny. I agree. It's so funny. And if it would have came out of all the rocks, not just in Highlands, I would totally make that a clip.
This is ridiculous.
Less than 5 minutes left before our last break. 5 minutes left to get your timed sabotages and incentives in. Again, we are only $35 away from 3,300. That's where I would love to get us to. Let's see if we can get that, y'all.
Let's go, everyone. We can do this.
Follow. Aw.
Screaming things. Oh, it's because you're shooting at it.
Also,
Makes sense as to
Kathy,
why
we
it's
hit
screaming
3,100 today in followers.
Ho hum.
Slug. Hey, Slug, I have a question for you. Do you, what do you have? Do you have,
fix while I'm switching servers.
I need you to fill out a form. That's what I need from you.
Oh, you know, the rock hitting is...
Kathy, can you copy
Yeah,
the
yes.
link to the form for Slug? Because we need to know what your gifting stations look like and everything.
Gotta swap servers again, because somebody else is mining over there and stuff ain't spawning.
Come on, Butterfly. Facey paid for the horsey. Let's use
Another
the horsey.
leisurely walk.
There it is. Fill out that form for me, please, Slug.
That's not what I wanted.
See, now I'm seeing freaking butterflies when I don't need to fight a bug anymore. Nope.
Let's see what we can get lower.
No rocks whatsoever here. Oh my lord, you gotta be kidding me right now. This is getting crazy.
Hit the rock.
2 minutes. 2-minute warning until our 30 last break, y'all. ChelbyLou, I need you to catch me a bug, please. Any bug will do. Please. Any bug will do. Alright, let's see what this random chaos is here.
I caught a banshee beetle. I caught a banshee beetle.
Streamer 5 is not in play, so we will close and respin. Wow. Alright, y'all. Random chaos. I'll wait on the random chaos until after our break. We have 1 minute left. Until after our break. We have 1 minute left.
I didn't mean to get that.
We'll start off with Marine, Kathy. Look at you with that aquamarine star.
Oh, nice.
Alright, if you're hitting a node, finish that node and then pause. Hitting a node, finish that node. Put up your inventory one last time. Well, not one last time, but another time, and then so we can make sure they mods will double check your stone count. Get one last score in. All timed sabotages and endings will end now. There will still be sabotages, and then until 10 minutes left, at the 10-minute left mark, all sabos will end, and all that will be left is donating of stones and ore, just so that you're aware. This round also, I will be actively telling you all the scores as the time goes.
Yeah, I slept a couple hours. Sorry, wrong button.
So this way you all can know what the scores are actively live as they happen. So as soon as mods give me a go ahead, we'll go over what the scores are now, and we'll get ourselves right into this final 30 minutes. We did hit that 3,300, so we'll do another twist. And what I'll do is, you all did one pile, the Kilima or Bahari pile. If you guys do the other pile and get something rare, it'll be at 20 points. So now you have the opportunity for the other one, whichever one you didn't get beforehand. Mods are just making sure that everything is correct in the system. Boo-doo-boo-boo. Do you all have any questions, comments, or concerns while we're waiting?
Nope. Oh, good.
All right. Let's go into our scores right now. ChelbyLou is in the lead at 212. Angels at 204. Butterfly at 121. Chat is at 169. Or 168. If we just get a garnet, somebody can just mine a garnet for me in the chat, that would be great. So we can be at 169. In ore right now for silver, Angel is in the lead at 99. ChelbyLou at 30. Or sorry, Butterfly Gaming at 39. ChelbyLou at 38. The Start Aquamarine did not do it, ChelbyLou. You ruined it. Oh. Anyways, okay, silver. Angel in the lead at 99. Butterfly Gaming at 39. ChelbyLou at 38. Gold. ChelbyLou's in the lead at 105. Angel got 91. Butterfly at 31. Platinum. ChelbyLou is in the lead with 33. Butterfly with 3. Angel with 2. So there are those scores there. Are we ready for the last 30 minutes?
I suppose.
I will be in a minute. I'm just clearing in a second when it lets me in the stuff that doesn't have to stay in my box.
You have to wait
room.
until we go timer starts before you can do any of that, just so you know.
Okay.
So
I won't empty until the timer starts, but I'm on my home plot.
All right, y'all ready? And the last 30 minutes, you may begin. Jen, how are you doing, love? Welcome in. By the way, amazing job during the feudties. You did a great job hosting and handling everything you had to handle.
That doesn't give me any points.
I'm a little sad that I didn't win, but it's fine. It was fun. You're not muted, love.
Oops. Thank you.
Bum, 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 bum. Thank you for the shout out for Jen. If y'all don't know who Jen is online, you all should go totally check her out. She's an amazing streamer. Another It Gets Better streamer. Does a lot of work with It Gets Better. And we have collabed with her before with It Gets Better and a couple of the panels. Right, let's get in here. We'll listen in. My buttons are still not working, which is gonna make making this round super hard for me. We are raising money for It Gets Better right now, y'all. We are in the last 30 minutes of round 2 of the Great Palia Charity Hunt. We have some amazing streamers participating this round, 3 of them. SocLILangEL, Butterfly Garden Gaming, and ChelbyLou.
Don't attack me.
ChelbyLou
Rude.
thankfully jumped in to help us out this
Didn't
round.
even shoot at you.
Because we had a no-show. Somebody didn't show up, and so we needed a third person at least to make this event go.
You're gonna attack me
so
too.
I appreciate Shelby doing that.
Rude. Here, don't you jerk.
What are we missing, Slug? What do you still need?
I did not respond. Oh, that's because we were heading back to the...
Also, don't forget to be entering the giveaway, guys. I will roll this one when we
Oh,
are
none of
done.
them. Okay.
I think that's what we were
in our
doing.
last 30 minutes.
Well, that's what we're doing now.
Remember, this is for
What
a
the-
blind box.
Oh, look, I found the ore.
All of my plushy winners will be contacted sometime within the next 48 hours.
If I can get my stuff fixed, I will probably stream again later, because I need to get Once Human content going for the program I'm in, because I am in the creator program for that.
You right,
And whatever
Feisty?
giveaways we did
If
not
I can get it
You got your work cut out for you tonight,
I will
Feisty.
do on my next stream, because you guys are still owed other giveaways. Those will be done before I do any normal.
There's got to be like a
plushie
permission
giveaways
or a
during my
firewall or
next
something
stream.
blocking
I
my
tripped on the
camera.
Aquamarine.
After
Tripped on the mountain again. Pick up the rock.
ShelbyLou at
Thank you.
215. ShelbyLou at 215.
What is it with the servers I'm getting? This is just... I'm cursed.
I was debating there.
There's a
Oh,
plague
yeah.
upon my house.
Thank you for the reminder.
cursed.
I totally forgot about that. ShelbyLou, the random chaos did speak before the halftime, but I had to wait until after this round. I need a starred bug from you, please. A starred bug. I need a starred bug from you, please. A starred bug.
Oh, thank God.
This game already hates me. Game already hates
Thank
me.
you, Lindsay.
Look,
This
nothing
game
can
already
be
hates
as
me.
bad
We're
as
not
my
even
probably
gonna
30
fight with
minutes
it
or
here.
more trying to find mine before chat reproved me because of it being my birthday. Before chat reproved me because of it being my birthday.
I knew it. I knowed I made a good choice.
In what?
My best friend.
My best friend.
Thank you for the 54-month mod anniversary. I wonder why Bailey's was only like 36 months or something. I don't know.
Just try to hit that Kitsu. Yeah.
Let's try for a bug here.
At least one of the gifting stations will be helpful. Especially considering that round. What round is he in?
You're not starred. You're also not starred. Here's one over here. You are not starred. You're still not starred. You're the same bug.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter. That round, they have all of them. So everybody else in that round has all of them. So at least one, maybe two of them would be great. It doesn't matter which one.
Not starred. Not starred.
How bad will the starred bug affect ShelbyLou? Oh.
Not starred.
Is there some rounds that I have a streamer that only has the garden? No, I mean, it's not like it's a necessity. It just helps to have those options for when we're doing sabotage or doing twists and stuff, you know? So it's not a super requirement. I mean, like this round, we didn't use any of the gifting stations because Shelby already did all her gifting stations.
Why are there no bugs in Killamore?
Wasn't supposed to be doing the event today.
Neither one of you are
So we
starred.
just didn't do it. It just means
Why
that
aren't you
less
starred?
options for twists. That's all. That is all.
Not starred.
A plague upon your house.
A plague?
That's how I feel right now.
Why a plague?
Not starred. Not starred. Not starred. Not starred.
I am sad face right now.
Not starred. Not starred. Not starred. Not starred.
Starred bugs. It's literally the kryptonite of the Great Paleo Charity Hunt.
Not starred. Nope. 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 Nope.
And the worst part is they're not even giving me anything.
Nope.
Ah.
Angel could just get some stones right now. She could catch up, but
Nope.
Angel, I need you to stop what you're doing and catch me a starred fish, please. Stop what you're doing and catch me a starred fish, please.
Why are none of these starred? Oh, this one is. I gotta start
on my house enough already.
Thank you.
I gotta
Isn't
start
the plague on my house enough already? Isn't the plague on my house enough already?
Also, welcome in, love. Thank you for
we're gonna
watching and
start
hanging
our
and
little round
contributing.
here.
All right. ChelbyLou's the random chaos wheel did not really affect anything. Angel at 205 to ChelbyLou's 215. Angel at 205.
Got a starred mud minnow. Got a starred mud minnow.
Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. By the way, folks, I have enjoyed some of your poetry on TikTok.
That waterfall is so freaking loud.
It's very loud. 217 for ChelbyLou. 217 for ChelbyLou. 217 for ChelbyLou. $20 minutes left. 10 minutes left for sabotage incentives, y'all. Less than 10 minutes left for sabotages. I mean, that's what I meant to say. Less than 10 minutes left for sabotages. We have 19 and a half minutes left in the competition. We have 19 and a half minutes left in the competition. 19 and a half minutes left in the competition.
I am so not where I thought I was.
124 for butterfly.
Fine.
124 for butterfly. 124 for butterfly.
The rock.
And thank you for the happy birthday.
ChelbyLou just got gifted a piece of silver and a piece of gold.
Hit the rock. Hello, Locust.
222 for ChelbyLou.
Yes, I gave my cat a weird nickname. I'm not sure why, but
222 for ChelbyLou.
That is like
222 for ChelbyLou.
her full name now.
And I don't know if I was muted or not, but ChelbyLou, you did get gifted a gold and a silver. ChelbyLou, you did get gifted a gold and a silver.
Thank you. Thank you.
Which that will put you tied at 39 pieces of silver for second place with butterfly. 39 pieces of silver for second place with butterfly.
That's why we're here. No, you're fine. I wasn't expecting you to do anything. I appreciate it.
$208 for Angel. 208 for Angel.
we are going to break from over here because I see something I need.
It is going very good. We have had
Darn it.
2 choo-choo trains. We've gotten donations for charity.
Don't hit my rocks! 5 silver.
The begin.
ChelbyLou's now up to 44 silver, taking the second place spot solely for herself, which moves Metterfy down to 119 overall points. Down to 119 overall points.
Tell Flex I said thank you. I may be quiet, but I
209 for Angel. ChelbyLou is still at 222. You have 5 minutes left of sabotages. 5 minutes left. Also, don't forget, competitors. You still have that Bahari or Kilma pile. If you have whichever one you haven't gotten to yet is still active and available for 20 points. Whichever one you haven't gotten to yet is still active and available for 20 points.
Loki, you are not helpful. Pick up. Oh, I did pick up the rock. I'm yelling at me for no reason. More silver. Three more silver.
Angel, I need you to catch me a bug, please. Angel, I need ChelbyLou is at 47 pieces of silver. ChelbyLou is at 47 pieces of silver.
I got a cricket.
I'm being chased by dragonflies.
I got a
Don't you be
cricket.
whining. You got a starred bug very
I
quickly.
got a cricket.
Hey, was that a starred bug, man?
You told me just a bug.
Starred bug, man. Starred bug.
You told
Did
me
I say
just a
regular
bug.
bug? My bad.
You said regular, I'll get us.
Did I say regular bug? My
You
bad.
said regular, I'll get us. You said regular, I'll get us. Biscuits.
What about biscuits? I'm hungry.
Feel like the last 4 servers, the stone to ore ratio is just atrocious. The stone to ore ratio is just atrocious.
I agree.
All right, I got you a starred moth.
I agree.
Thank you kindly.
All right, I got you a starred
We got
moth.
3 minutes left
Alright, I
of
got you a starred
sabotages, y'all.
moth.
3 minutes left. 3 minutes left of sabotages. We're at 330, or sorry, we're at $3,330 raised, y'all. $330 raised, y'all. $330 raised, y'all.
There's nothing over. There's a rock.
I'm glad it's not just me, but look at all the freaking regular stone that I'm coming across. It's just, ugh. Ugh.
Blah. I didn't say a word. Not a word.
Okay.
So you know where the gold levels are right now. Angel's at 103 to ChelbyLou's 106. To ChelbyLou's 106.
Quartz. Another quartz.
ChelbyLou at 224. ChelbyLou at 220. ChelbyLou at 220. How many rounds total? You mean like, we've got a total of 10 rounds, 11 if you count mine. All the dates are right over there.
Citrine.
Is that what you're asking? We have over 50, we have 50 streamers, and spread out in 10 different rounds, plus my round at the end would make it 11 rounds. 226 for ChelbyLou. The Angels 210. 226 for ChelbyLou. The Angels 210. All sabotages have commenced. All ended. We're in our last 10 minutes. Only incentives are available. Donating stones and ore. Donating stones and ore. Yeah, so the final round I do by myself. It's kind of like I'm just competing to see if I can beat that top score, whoever that top score is. 215 for Angel. 226 for ChelbyLou. 215 for Angel. 226 for ChelbyLou. So my round doesn't mean anything really. It's just like trying to just see if I can beat that whoever had the top score. I don't get anything out of it if I don't. Thank you for the sub.
Lasher Fuquant has joined the castle.
I'll make sure to get your little rainbow ribbon done after this round is over. But thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Hodaddy will be out sometime this month. Yes. I just don't know when.
Quartz.
218 for Angel. 218. 228 for ChelbyLou. 228 for ChelbyLou. 8.5 minutes left in the competition. 8.5 minutes left in the competition.
But don't worry, Queen. I will be live before the watch time badge expires. I left it where it is active until 11 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday.
Let's go.
This way, either Monday or Tuesday, you'll definitely get a stream out of me. This way, people who did not have a time to get the watch
see if
badge
there's any
today
iron over this way,
still
and
have
then I'm
that
gonna
chance.
hit the board. Go get my kill pile.
But they have loved on me so much today. We have had 2 hype trains, lots of donos to charity.
I am not where I'm supposed to be.
Lurk away, lurk away.
It's fine.
Hello, Pika Bowser.
Yeah, that pile could make a big difference. Possible.
It's fine.
We are officially tied at 223 as Angel has taken over the lead in gold. Angel has taken over the lead at 113 to ChelbyLou's 106. 113 to ChelbyLou's 106. Tied game. It is a tied game. It is a tied game.
Jasper.
Up here real quick.
I will.
ChelbyLou just got a Jasper, putting her in the lead now at 226. Just got a Jasper, putting her in the lead now at 226. 6.5 minutes left in the competition. 6.5 minutes left in the competition. ChelbyLou just got gifted 3 pieces of gold. Puts her at 109 in gold to Angel's 117 in gold. Angel's 117 in gold. 6-minute warning. 6 minutes left. 6-minute warning. 6 minutes left. Angel at 224. ChelbyLou at 226. Angel at 224. ChelbyLou at 226. No, so the chat is in chat. You have an ability to mine your rock, and that's what you all in the stream get from mining your rock in my channel point. It's a channel point redemption. Yeah, just like that one there. And Jakey got an amethyst, so the amethyst will get added to our chat point.
Quartz.
ChelbyLou 227. ChelbyLou 227. So we got an amethyst and
I'm at my second pile.
citrine. Go ahead.
I'm at my second pile. Ah, poop. Sweet leaf.
Go ahead. Wah, wah, wah.
Ah, poop. Sweet
That
leaf.
could have been a game changer.
I know.
Could have been a
Quartz.
game changer.
I know.
I don't know if Jen is at her computer right now for that amethyst and that citrine. Are you? I just didn't see the score increase. Are you?
Sometimes I get
228 for ChelbyLou to Angels 224. We got 4.5 minutes left. ChelbyLou to Angels 224. We got 4.5 minutes left. Three and a half minutes left. Again, 228 for Shelby. 3.5 minutes left. And 224 for Angel. Shelby. And 224 for Angel. And 224 for Angel.
Killua is cursed. I'm done with Killua. Fluff.
Amanda, you're not staying live after this is done, are you? Amanda, you're not staying live after this is done, are you? Amanda, you're not staying live after
Probably
this
not,
is
no.
done, are you? Okay, I'm just trying to figure out raid target. Thank
Probably
you.
not, no.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out raid target. Thank you. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out raid target. Thank you.
I'll be on long enough to get online to send off my mystery outfit. To get online to send off my mystery outfit.
Not a problem. I'll find somebody quickly. Not a problem. I'll find somebody quickly. Not a problem.
Onyx, start Onyx. Yes.
2.5 minutes left in the competition. 2.5 minutes left in the competition. 2.5 minutes left in the competition. Waiting for that star Onyx to get put into Angel's score. I heard the start Onyx, but I didn't have got it added into the score. Start Onyx is what, 4 points?
come on.
3 points. Angel at 227. The ChelbyLou's 228. We have a minute and a half left in the competition. We have a minute and a half left in the competition. And a half left in the competition.
This is nuts.
We have a 1 point game right now. 1 point game. We have a 1 point game right now. 1 point game. 1 minute warning.
Start quartz.
1 minute warning. Angel at 228. We are tied. Angel at 228. We are no longer tied. ShelbyLou at 230. Angel at 228. We have 45 seconds. Angel at 228. We have 45 seconds. Angel at 228. We have 45 seconds.
That trek across that field feels so long when you're on a time crunch. Come on!
If you're hitting a node, finish that node and then pause. If you're hitting a pull up your inventory so the mods can double check, make sure that all the scores are finalized and ready to go. GG's, guys. That was a good match. We'll make sure the scores are done correctly before we announce the final scores. And GG's, y'all. We made it the final scores. We raised, and we're at now $3,345. We started the round with 2,875. 875. Bring out my calculator because I'm not doing that math this early in the morning for me. Bring out my calculator because I'm not doing that math this early in the morning for me.
Thanks.
$470 raised today, y'all. $470 raised today, y'all. Every little bit counts. So thank you guys for the funds that we have added to our overall goal. Added to our overall goal. So. As soon as I get to go ahead with the mods, we'll go ahead and get the final scores out. We'll go ahead and get the final scores out. Just also really quickly, thank you all for coming in and participating, hanging out, and donating when that you can. And donating when that don't forget we have another round tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
I'm not doing that one.
No, we should be fine.
I'm not doing that one.
No, we should be fine. What else was I gonna say? Oh, again, a big shout out, thank you to our sponsors, Elder Gay Guy, for sponsoring our trophies this month. Elder Gay Guy. Thank you to Jay Allen, also known as Princess Jen, for donating the funds for the mystery outfit, for the halftime giveaway, and for our winner. And then also Vanilla Crafting, aka Lou Paz. Thank you for designing and making all of the trophies and giving us a wonderful, wonderful price on them, so we're not paying out the wazoo for them. We appreciate all three of our sponsors. Thank you. All three of our sponsors. Thank you. All right, the scores are final, y'all. All right, the scores. And we had a 1-point game. SocLILanGEL comes in and wins by 1 point. 230. Angels 229. And Butterfly at 119. Angels 229. And Butterfly at 119. Great job, y'all. Good competition. Money raised. Lots of fun. Good competition. Also, really quickly, one last time. Also, really quickly, one last time. If the buttons will work. Over here, real quick. Thank you. If the buttons will work. Say. It's your birthday. We gonna party like it's say happy freaking birthday, Butterfly Garden Gaming. Thank you for spending a part of your birthday with us and raising money for charity on your birthday. I do appreciate it. It means the world to me, to have so many streamers participating in this event. So thank you so much.
Not a problem.
Thank you so much. And do y'all have anything
birthday!
you want to say, comments, concerns, or anything
birthday!
before we wrap up this round? Or anything before we wrap up
Good
this
job,
round?
everyone. Look at that. Shelby stepped
Good job,
in.
everyone. Look
Because
at that.
we were
Shelby
down a
stepped
streamer
in.
and she kicked
Because
booty.
we were down a streamer and she
kicked booty.
Yeah, rub it in my face, why don't you? Yeah, rub it in my face, why don't you?
As of right now, both your all scores do put you in the top 5, but obviously we will see as how that goes as the rounds come along. ChelbyLou, your score last first round is higher, so we're just gonna leave it as it is, and the score will not exist in the top 5.
That's fine.
In the
Give my mystery outfit to Butterfly.
Okay.
Give my mystery outfit to
I can
Butterfly.
do that for you. Okay.
Aw, Shelby, thank you.
All right. Well, then I will let you all go. I'm gonna log into the game, give out these mystery outfits. Butterfly, are we friends in the game? I think we are.
We should. Yeah, we are.
If not, just make sure.
we should.
And I will
Yeah,
get
we are.
that mystery outfit out. Make sure. Before I get off.
I will check it as soon as I do my braid and run. I will check it as soon as I do my have braid like 10 minutes to take a shower. Because I have.
Sounds good. All right. You
Actually, if you have Angel, I have Butterfly on my list already. I'll do Butterfly, you get Angel. Angel gets mine, I'm gonna give one to Butterfly. Angel gets mine, I'm gonna give one to Butterfly.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Love you guys.
All right. Bye, guys.
Happy
birthday.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Happy birthday!
Thank you. Bye.
All right, we're gonna quickly load up the game here and get these mystery outfits sent over. I also wanted to quickly show you all what I've been working on the castle real quick, because I have been very happy with how it's looking. And I want to show you all that. Like I said, I won't be on for very long, but long enough to show you all these things. Let's go over to the game screen here. And we will see if the game wants to load up for me. When the game wants to load up. Hope you all enjoyed that round. I'm excited with the money we're raising, y'all. We're 2 rounds in. We raised over 35, almost 33,000, over 3,300. My gosh, my brain. Okay, Palia. This can't be quick if you don't open up. All of that. We had some great random chaoses today. This is also exciting. Everything freeze on me. It's fine. Loading, 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 loading. Come on. Come on, Bailey. You can do it. you just move over, Palia? Woof, woof to you, ma'am. Woof, woof to you. Yes, go to bed. I will be going to bed here very shortly as well. As soon as, you know, things want to do stuff for me. Kimby, what's up, love? We just finished round 2. I'm trying to get into the game here, but everything is just locked up for me. I think I need to close cats. Cats are locking me up. Okay, can you move over here, Palia, please? Come on, Palia. Get with the program, Palia. It's supposed to be quick and easy, but Palia wants to be a pain in my booty and not want to load up so I can do this. Palia, knock it off. Hello, Palia. You gonna make me force close you? Not even force closing is working. Let me open up Steam. And stop you from here. Confirm. Remove the game. I just don't understand sometimes, like, why it acts that way. Alright, yeah, like I said, we're trying to get in. We're going to give out these winners mystery outfits before we end stream so I can go lay down. I don't even get to lay down, actually. I got to take care of some work stuff, too, beforehand. I might have to do these mystery outfits later, y'all. You gonna work this time? I mean, most part has not been really affecting a lot of the events that we've had so far. Alright. We are in the game. Y'all, I have got, like, a bump right here on my eyelid. I'm wondering if it's from my makeup. Did anybody else get their badge today? Their watch badge? Alright, really quickly. I need to check my apples. I want to show you all my castle I've been working on. Okay. Let's go over to the castle that I've been working on, and then we'll sit on the stage to pay for the mystery outfit. Yes. Can I help you? So this is the castle I've been working on. The inside is pretty bare, but we did replace and fix this. This is redone here. I don't know if ChelbyLou is looking, but this is what I mean by it. Refixed it. Where are you too, man? So I refixed this part here. And then we built the... Oh, yeah, my army that I'm adding here. I built the stage. The gold stage. Alright. Let's get in here. Here is the one we need for that one. Ooh, and I've got to get rid of somebody. Okay. Go here. Not here, but I do need to take care of that too before I leave. Here. Whoa. Whoa! This was not mentioned. What? Anyways, back to business here. It's not what I was planning on doing. Promotions here. Mystery outfit. What are these? Oh, debuts. I'm like, what? Alright. We need, these. Tiki. Alright. Earth and air. Earth and air. Nice. Nice. Hi, Charmer. Welcome in. Alright, and then we're getting the angel, which is social angel S is here. Alright, let's see what Angel got here. Dragon scale? She got the dragon scale one. Angel will love that. I think Angel will find a good one, especially considering you color these now, I believe. So that's a good one for Angel. Did you see this, ChelbyLou? I got my stage done. And it's not interfering with the building. And then I redid this part too. Now this looks much better. The only thing I forgot and realized, I was gonna put a balcony over on one of these two, but both sides is already a 14 limit.
Or forgotten.
Jicka! Lady Jicka, what's up, love? So I can't put a balcony there. So what I'm gonna probably do is I'm gonna stick this up 2 levels here. And then I'm gonna put the throne seating over here. Put those columns inside? What are you talking about? And then you're able to put the dragons now just right on top of the roofs because there's space now. They give a spot for them. So we put the dragons up. So far, there's no science on this. Yeah, I haven't even gotten ancient columns. I might change that to ancient columns later, but I haven't even gotten that part yet. So, but the castle part is at least finished. Now I can work on the insides more, and figure out what I want to do with the actual building pieces. But we got we got the actual outer shell done. That was the biggest thing I wanted to get finished and have a big somewhat big stage. Now we gotta figure out the courtyard area and all that jazz. Oh, the dessert plate. Nice. Nice. And then hopefully they get this fixed because you don't want to be ticking off all the gays. It gets better. Welcome in, love. We just finished round 2. Hello. We just finished round 2. We're wrapping up. I just had to give out some mystery outfits. And I also need to do my check-in because I probably won't be back in the game today because I need to go to sleep. Tired. So we got that. Let me go now here and claim Tomorrow we get our jam. We get our rainbow jam tomorrow. I want the rainbow jam so much. And the glasses. Those are my two exciting things. The glasses and the rainbow jam. The regular jam plushies, you gotta harvest your apples. Look at the rainbow, y'all. I cannot believe I didn't see this earlier. The rainbow set. Yeah, when you harvest your apple trees, you have an opportunity to get the apple plushies. All right, I'm done, y'all. It is 1:45. I need to get some sleep. I have to work tonight, and then tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we have our next round of the Great Palia Charity Hunt. Which we have Feisty, who's in the chat right now. We have Commander Cole. We have Coaster New Zealand. We have trying to think off the top of my head right now. Who else do we have? Brain is fried, but we can go. Look, this is why I do this. Ready? I have it right here. All right, there we go. Serenity, Coaster, Feisty, Commander Cole, and Shaytronics. That is our round tomorrow, 4 o'clock. Here, and hopefully we will see you all then. We're gonna go and raid one of our sponsors for the event. They were unable to participate, but wanted to help somehow, so they actually sponsored the trophies. So again, the individual trophies for each winner, they'll get one of these trophies, almost like this, a little bit different than this, but almost like this. We have a Grand Championship trophy, which you guys will get to see tomorrow, as long as it actually gets delivered today, like it says it's supposed to be. And they also sponsored the trophies that we also got specialty award trophies that we'll be giving out on July 18th during the championship round, where we will be featured on It Gets Better's page at that time. So I will see you all tomorrow, 4 p.m. Let's go say hi to Elder Gay Guy, who is our trophy sponsor today. If we can get a raid out message, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you for that. Make sure y'all get your messages. And I will see you all then. All right, guys? Bye.
Thank you all for joining me. Behind the lash, we've had a blast. We've played some games, we've laughed and cheered. It's memories that will always last. The castle was a lively place, a kingdom full of fun and grace. With every visit, you brought the fire. Let's keep the spirit burning higher. The lashers